Hi friends, good evening, and this is your host Ankit Khanelwal joining you from Delhi, India. And we have Kimberly Calhoun joining us from North Carolina, United States of America. Good morning, Kim, and good morning to the team, and welcome to Podcasters Thursday. And hola to all our friends in Latin America, and ni hao to our Chinese friends. So we are trying to learn new languages. And welcome to Podcasters Thursday, and we broadcast around the world. And we are expecting podcasters from around the world today, but somehow a lot of them haven't confirmed because of something or the other going on in the countries. Some countries are doing well and they overcome the situation and they have opened up. I've read about Italy, they have opened up their borders for Europe. Likewise, but on the other side, if you talk about Asian countries and some countries, they are still in the peak. And I had a word with someone in Saudi Arabia, and things are not good in Arabia as well as compared to what it was earlier. So things are picking up in some countries like South America, India, Saudi Arabia, and also if you go to Europe, I think situations are much better. But we have got a news that Beijing is also, got some new cases, and they have some kind of situation where there are some kind of second wave going on in Beijing. I'm not sure, but we have our board of advisors joining us from around the world, talking
I
us
also
about
want to
what.
add a little tidbit about some of the podcasters because, I know that we get most of them from the United States, and a lot of people probably are not aware, and some are because of what we're doing. But there's a huge presidential campaign starting and kicking off this weekend in Arizona. And the only reason why I know this is I know some of the people speaking there. And they called me and told me that they're going to be in Arizona on stage with the president speaking. And so I realized that if a lot of people are kind of backing out of some of our interviews, it's because of the urgency of all of these campaigns that are demanding all of the extra energy out of these people. Um, and it's funny because every one of them goes, "It's not that I'm voting for him; it's I get a chance to be on the stage." And I'm like, you don't have to explain it. I don't want to get in the middle of politics. You don't have to, because it can get really messy, right? And I laugh and I go, don't worry about it. Send me a video clip, and we'd love to share it if you want to share what you're doing on stage. So that's probably why a lot of people have not been available this week.
But Tim, I'm not able to understand why people want that center of attraction, or maybe they want to be on a center stage, and they want to be just face the crowd. And also, a lot of people just do anything to be on stage.
Yep, that's
Why?
well, because if you've got a mission and you want to get the word out, or you want to get credibility, like if you're on the stage with the president, that's going to give you a lot of credibility. Ooh, they must be true because they're on the stage with the president, because certainly the president vetted them out before they had them come speak on the stage. So there's a lot of reasons, right? It's great promotion, right?
But
And I guess
I don't know. I mean, if I get a chance, I would work backstage just to make sure that the event goes well, and we have a good team working together. I can come front stage as well, but I believe in doing something as a director. How things should be in a smooth way, and there should not be any problems or anything like that. That is what my take is. I don't want to come on front stage and talking about what we need to do and what not we need to do. I am ready to be a policy maker, but it's just about helping the society and helping the community and helping the team. It's not about taking them as a leader and talking about all those things. So I don't want to do that.
no, and I know, and we're not. That's one of the things. We're here to hear opinions, talk about the current events. So, something interesting that you brought up is that there has been a current rise in the COVID cases, and even Dr. Arthur is sending out posts of people were seeing a rise in the cases and a rise in the hospitals. Please just be careful. He's not trying to take any kind of political move either way. And in fact, he didn't say be careful and go wear masks. He said just be conscious about what you're doing. And I think that's the message that we all need to start engaging in, is what's the right steps and what's the procedures. But you and I, we like to do podcast or Thursdays because it can be very funny, right? And
Yeah. And what I thought that we should also discuss how someone can start their own podcast, because we are talking about podcasters and we are taking interviews with them who are already started on doing it since a while. But how about new people, or I mean, someone wants to share their feelings, short stories, how they can start their first show. So I think
Right.
we should talk about that, and we have a lot of podcasters waiting us backstage as well.
Right.
So
And then while you pull them up, I'm going to share the screen of the worldometers just so that we can get an impact of what the visual count is today. Good morning, everyone. Good evening.
good evening.
Good evening. Here we go. So if you look at this, this was June 18th, which is today. We're up to 8 million, over 8 million, 8.4 million cases in the world, and a lot of deaths. But the U.S. had an increase yesterday, just in 24 hours, of 1,000 new cases, 18 deaths, which is showing that we're understanding how to treat this better, right? If we do early detection, and it's exactly, like any other virus that's ever hit the world. Once we understand it a little bit better, know how to isolate it, and control and treat, of course, our death rates and mortality rates are going to change. So, but if you look, Russia is where we were a month ago, right? Russia is certainly not paying attention that they have this problem. So their increases are similar to what ours were a month or two ago. Pakistan is another one that is ignoring the fact that they have a problem. But it's interesting because I've had people call and share this with me that, oh my gosh, they're just not paying attention to this problem. And I think, even Rakesh had pointed this out, that people are not paying close attention to the problem, and you can see the rise happen.
Yeah.
But anyway, so that's where we are. If you look at it, I don't know, has India seen a big increase in this?
Yeah, India's at number 4.
You guys are way up here at number 4. Did I bypass you?
Yeah, we are just behind Brazil or Russia.
Wow. So, and what do you think the situation is? Do you think it's just more testing? Oh, yeah, there you are. Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. I guess I just thought you guys, I thought it was different. So,
No. And Kim, I'll tell you something. We are not reported those cases, people who are dying from chronic disease or something like that. That is not counted as COVID deaths in India. So if someone is with some diabetes or maybe a kidney problem or something, or maybe a cardiac problem, so those are not COVID cases as per the government. So these cases are only for the COVID. That's what we have recorded as of now. And also, there are a lot of testing going on. They're trying to increase the testing, but things are not good in the ground level. But we are trying our best, whatever we can do. There is no point of pointing fingers to anyone. It's more of done, and that's what.
It's done. It's done. We got to move on. And
but we have a lot of political problems also going around in India. I mean, apart from COVID, there are a lot of things going on. We have a clash going on in China border. We always have something going on at the Pakistan border, and Nepal also tried to create some kind of a fuss because of some kind of land issue or something like that. So we are having a lot of problems around our northern region, mostly the northern belt. And then we have COVID, and then we have, we have earthquakes going on. We have a lot of storms and all those. So a lot of things going around. Every week there's a new story in India, and which gives you, and also mentally people are not happy. I was reading an article that during this COVID, people, a lot of suicide have happened so far, just because of the mental pressure. And also what happened is that in one case, I would like to discuss, and it's mainly for people who invest in the stock market. So one of the young guy in India, I mean, he earns a good amount of salary, but because of the COVID, the office is locked down. So they started investing in stocks, and suddenly after a month, they realized that they have lost around some $25,000, and that guy was not sure what to do, and he was in so much of deep pressure, he suicided.
Wow.
And now what happened is that their family is already they are millionaires. So their father, their brother asked that you could easily ask the money from them. I mean, it's not that there's a shame if you don't have that money or if you lost somewhere, you can go and ask them. But because of the self-dependency and things like that, people have some ego or I don't know. I mean, whatever it is. So rather than asking the money, he thought that let's suicide and that's the best option. So there are a lot of things going around as well, which is mentally disturbing. But life will move on. I mean, that's what we. I mean, you will think about someone somewhere, and then you have to move on.
Well, what we have to do is we have to listen more, maybe spread more cheer, maybe not too much cheer. And like I told people, I have this philosophy that I carried with me for many years: raise my standards, lower my expectations. And when I do that, I have less disappointments, right? Because I know that I kept my standards up, but and I did my best. But if I lower my expectations, then I'm not as disappointed when something doesn't happen, right? And I think what happens is these young people that you're talking about that have been committing suicide, their expectations and pressure on them are so high that they can't see past anything. And we just need to remind people life is more important than the other problem. They will figure
But
the other.
but Kim, I'll tell you. I mean, I am the youngest in the panel right now, but I believe that we have to know how to ask something from someone as well. It's not that you have to take or you are self dependent that you can't ask money from your parents or from your friends or from your family. Because if you are feeling low, if there's a financial problem, that can be figured out. You go and ask money from the bank as well and pay the interest. Likewise, you can go and ask the money from your friends, family members, and it's not a big fuss that you can't do it. I mean, and it's not an ego problem that you don't have to ask money or things like that because for a small amount of money, people are killing themselves. So so I think we should also need to understand how we can, I mean, ask or borrow money and also return that money or share the values and things like that. Because I think that is more important during the mental pressure what we all are going through in some way or the other around the world, and that is what the problem is uh, creating. And there are a lot of people who are watching us and following us, maybe watching a lot of news. They also, I mean, so whenever we open a newspaper, there's a lot of negativity.
Oh,
Everyone
it's,
is dying, someone is doing something. There is no positive news.
well, the thing is, it's not that there's no positive news. There's no solution, right? It's only news. Like somebody told me the reason why they like our show is that we might talk about the problems, but we're sitting there talking them out like a panel, and we're looking for solutions, and things kind of pop up, and it might not be the 100% answer, but we're like, yeah, let's do this, let's try this, or I never thought of that, and so the problem with the media is that it's just dead on, slap you in the face news. There's no talk. And right now, people are stuck at home with no, they're not at work. They're not able, with the water cooler talks, the chit chats of what's going on. There's no way to get it off your chest to even think that you're, able to talk it out. Right. And so I think that that's the big problem. A lot of people tried to start podcasts, and we saw this rise in the YouTube world. It became oversaturated. And so what we've been trying to do is isolate some podcasts and TV shows for our network that are based on, inspiring mental fitness skills and financial fitness skills, and just various other assets that we can use that it make us wealthier and healthier, or healthier and wealth. So we've had some great doctors, and they're starting shows. We've got Chess. They're inspiring things, and good way, just healthy attitude things, and that's the problem.
Well, Kimberly, I would like to interject because I don't believe there is any problem that we can't find a solution to. And what Ankit was talking about, obviously there are rational ways to deal with financial setbacks, but we're not talking about a rational state of mind when someone is taking their own lives. And my message to them is, do not give in to despair, because we can all feel despair. but we do not have to surrender to it. And if we tell them that, yes, you're not alone, we've all felt that way, but we can get through it. And whatever the solution is, whatever the rational solution might be, they're not thinking rationally. So they're not listening to that answer. So it has to be more on a gut level. Communicate to them that you're not alone. Don't give in to despair. And I think if we do that, there will be fewer suicides. And because in my world, my little Silicon Valley country, I see people surrendering to despair that I know they could get out of it. And it's a tragedy that I see often, way too often, when people give in to that feeling. And they have to be told they can get through it. They have to believe it on some gut level.
I think.
But I'll tell you what happened basically. In India, since that suicide happened, everyone is talking about all these things. Everyone is talking about that there should be something, we will help you, there should be hotline and all those things. But I believe that after a while, people will forget and they will live their own life. So there should be a program, or there should be something which we do regularly, and it could be a voluntary program where we should understand and try to talk to people. I still remember, I met a lot of people whenever I'm out in some city or some country, and that talk is not just about productivity or business. It just could be a general conversation over a cup of coffee, that's it. And that sometimes helps a lot. And I think I had a lot of coffee conversations with Rakesh ji, a couple of times. So, and it was not about business basically, it was just a casual conversation, what he's doing, what I'm doing, and that's it. Yeah. And that helps a lot.
We spend a lot of our time programming ourselves for success.
Yeah.
But we don't spend enough time training ourselves to handle failure. And that is where I received a message from my sister, which was talking about the same thing, about another case like this, where it was a family, a very successful, well-trained IT professional, got his H-1B visa, went off to the United States, and after spending some time there, getting married, child, and everything, the man lost his job. As it happens with, in industries, you have ups and downs, and the family, shifted to a smaller accommodation, and they tried to hold on, look for another job and things like that. And then when it didn't work out, instead of coming back to India, where they were reasonably wealthy, they killed the children, and then the husband and wife committed suicide. It's just crazy, It's and in that context, my sister sent this message that we as families in India, we train our people for success. We program them for success, but we don't train them to handle failure.
And that's a good point, because especially when you know that 85% of the startups fail, maybe we should start training for failure.
Failure is part of life.
Right. And one of the sad stories going around is the young boy that committed suicide here in the United States. And his dad's still trying to wrap his head around it, right? Because there was no letter left. And all they can do is just think that it was just over this stupid video game thing, that he was in lockdown. He's 12 years old. He's not with his friends anymore. And so this is something that Henning has been worried about, right? This has become Henning's mission, is to help prevent those. And so we've been talking about that. I missed Henning's movie last night because I had to unfortunately take care of some situations. But so, and I hated that because I really wanted his movies and rock operas really picked me up. But we were talking about this, that this is not going to stop. This is the new pandemic wave now. We're learning to deal with COVID. Everybody's got this attitude, one direction or another. Nobody has respect for each other anymore. And we all see it. We all feel it. And it's just, hopefully we can make some changes. Hopefully some new TV shows that we're going to be putting out there. It doesn't mean everyone is watching us, but they're intended to inspire this positive thing, other things that we could be doing besides feeling sorry for ourselves. But Ankit, I like your idea of why can't we just have, okay, you're having a financial situation, call one of us. Let's have coffee.
That's what I'm
Right?
saying.
15-minute coffee, and we're here for you. I mean, Ankit and I opened up our door, and I was surprised people would actually message, hey, I'm having a really bad day. I even had this one guy message me and say, I want to play chess, but I don't have anybody to play with. And he thought because of all of my chess friends, I played chess. And so I ended up forwarding him to Elliot, right? And Nick, and I said, I'm sorry, I'm not the one that you want to play chess with. And this is before I got to know Jim, and at the time I didn't know Sasha was so hot into chess. I knew he played chess, but I had no idea he had this cool game going on because I would send him to the game. But
Did
Kim,
he
there's
fall
one
out of
thing
love
what
with you?
happens that people do judge a lot. People
what?
judge a lot. So suppose if I refer to you that you need to talk to that person just to say hi, hello, but people start judging, and that's why people don't want to react, and they just back out.
Well, that's what we were talking about the other day, and I call them the 3 A's. But it's accepting or being accepted, right? Being appreciated and getting approval from people. And that's probably the 3 top reasons why people fall into a dark hole is in society, we want to be accepted, we want to be appreciated, and we want approval. We want absolution. And a lot of times when you don't get all of those 3 and you're just really suffocating and then like you said, we tend to be judgmental. Then you got people going, I can't believe you did this. I can't believe I have to live with this. I can't believe I got da 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 da. And then you go, okay, I'm not valuable anymore. And that's it. And sometimes people, they don't hear any positive after that. Then they turn on the news, which is the worst thing you could ever do. My psychiatrist told me that. He told me, he goes, if you're feeling low, don't ever turn on the news. Ever. He said that will be a melting point. So these are things though that people need to know, right? That we just reactively sometimes do things. We don't realize that it's just drilling down the negative. And you get so much weight and you're so deep underwater, you can't breathe. And so let's do some of that. Let's talk about how people can become podcasters. I'm sure anyone on any of our panels would welcome a call from someone or a message on Facebook of saying, hey, I just need to talk to somebody. I need some financial advice. And I'm going to tell you guys, we're not financial experts, but we're wise enough to know that there's ways to work around things. And sometimes just bouncing it off somebody else, that it's not biased, right? It's not your family or somebody else just listening to you, right? So
Sorry, go ahead.
Sometimes all it takes is tweaking of perspectives. That's all. It doesn't have to be an expert advice. Just tweak the perspective that, this too will pass. That's all it is. You don't need to, because all of us have been through, some sort of chaos and some sort of downside in life, and just knowing that other people have also been through it, it sort of gives you that what we had in class. When we were in school, if we were all doing badly, we felt okay. It's not so bad after all. All of us have not done well in the test.
Some tests are designed to make
like that. It's a bit like that. If you realize, there's places we could talk. Perhaps, like amongst all of you, I don't know how to do a podcast. I have no idea what to do. But, I know other things, so I feel, okay, it's all right. And one of the reasons I dutifully attend the podcast this Thursday is to learn how to do a podcast.
Well, Rakesh, we had RT on. I think it was RT that had this big microphone in front of him when we were talking to him. And
I've got the microphone.
so I bought one, and I was just looking for it, and I couldn't find it right away. But I was going to show you the microphone that I bought. So I'm learning. I have no idea how to do it.
And I have to say, when I see out of everyone, the sound from Rakesh is always the best. So if I go buy a mic, it's going to be what Rakesh has.
Yeah.
Because I always find when you
Snowball
turn,
blue.
right, but when you turn it off, there's a difference. But when you have it on, it is always precise, clear.
Yeah.
There's no bang booms behind, like there's that after boom sound from behind or around you. So the surround sound is really.
And I think Kim, I think Walker also uses the same mic.
Walter, yes, he does.
Walter,
The big,
yeah.
the big ball.
The
Yeah,
big ball.
yeah. So that's a popular one. I think one of the guys who wants to start a new podcast with us on cybersecurity, Rex, who keeps beaming in and out, and hopefully we'll get him on. Maybe even today. Who knows? He went and invested in one of those big mics. I don't think he got the white ball, but he got one. The gentleman who does Weed Wednesdays. If you ever want to hear good audio, Jeff's TV show on Weed Wednesdays is he's got good audio too. But Rakesh's audio has always been precise, clear. So I would.
You're halfway there, Rakesh.
So you're ahead of us. You're ahead of us on podcasting. So
I got it from the Apple store in Hong Kong. I just ordered it from the online store from Apple. Because I wanted to do this kind of thing. I wanted to do videos, and I planned to make some videos. So I thought I need good audio for my videos. So that's why I bought this off the Apple store. And
So what are you going to buy for your video? What kind of? I'm writing this down. What kind of camera are you going to get for your videos?
Just the one that's. I've got a couple, a Sony camera and things like that for doing videos and things like that, and I've got an Olympus. But I thought the iMac camera is good enough. I did a trial show, and it was not too bad. So I thought I'd just stick with that. I'm now, I think, about maybe a couple of weeks away from at least getting one module in each subject. So once I have that, then I will start my marketing with all this, the podcasts and videos uploaded on YouTube and things like that. Just to talk about science in daily life, which is the level, the immediately post or K-12 and post K-12 level, which is my target audience. I'm trying to get them to understand. That's when they're starting to form mature opinions. And, as my first landlord, when I stayed outside my parents' home, said, once your children cross your elbow, they're not your children anymore, they're your friends. So
beautiful way to put it. Sasha's real quiet down there, and he's one who has launched a successful podcast or TV show. Pod TV is what we call it. And he's doing really well. He has moved his camera around and done piano shots, and has kept the show going. And it's a lot of work. It is a lot of work lining up your guests, keeping track, making sure they show up on time. Sasha, do you have any tips for podcasters?
Well, overall, basically what's happening today is that each person is becoming his own producer and operator and promoter and marketing manager and sales manager and just all of the above. So people just have to really understand all that, because if they don't, it will be a failure, and I don't want them to commit suicides like this person in India. Apparently, what strikes me is that if that stock would turn around and he would be a winner, but he would not see that happen. So, and say, in a way, basically, basically he resigned to possibility that he's going to lose his investment 100%. He wouldn't give him a chance just even to see what's happened, maybe next few days, a week or so. That's really sad. That's really sad. I wouldn't do it. I would at least, I would be curious enough to see what would happen to this investment 2 days later. But maybe not people think the way I do. What can I say?
Well, yeah, I mean, everybody has different ways of doing things, and that's what makes Pod TV interesting because there's so many different views out there and so many different people. You can, pick and choose and get comfortable with who you're watching, and then get comfortable with their viewers. And that's something I learned with Walter, who, had a massive fan base, about 6 million people. The Beast is another one that's interesting. I never worked with him, but one of my directors went to work for the Beast, and Beast rapidly grew to several million fans, and he was just crazy. Like that's what I didn't understand. There was just people just watching him because they were wondering what is he going to do next. There was, to me, just he had no grounding whatsoever. What he was doing, it was just all pure craziness. And I guess that's why they call him the Beast, but that's why he became famous and popular. And then where he became famous next was he wasn't just funny and crazy to watch and people didn't know what to expect next, so that's why they watched him. He in turn started giving back to the community. So he would find charities and causes to give back to. So more and more people fell in love with him. So now it's this crazy funny guy, but he's also got a big heart. So he's, to go out and take a look at some of these people who have big fan bases and get a feel for what they did to become that big fan, have that big fan base. But not every successful show is about, people will tell me I'm wrong here. I don't think it's always about how big your fan base is. I believe it's about how loyal your fan base is, right? So say you have 100,000 fans versus somebody over here who has 1 million that just keep rotating, but your 100,000 fans are fans that come and watch a show every week. They give you messages, they give you feedback. You have exchanging going on of information. They will support you. And I think, too, that makes a very successful show. So, and that's part of what PBS and how they're successful. It isn't that they have the latest and greatest of everything. It's that they have a very old, long-term, loyal fan base. And that's, I think, what you have to look at when you're doing the podcasting is, who your viewer base is. And again, maybe just lower your expectations. Because everyone, Ankit and I get this all the time. Well, how many viewers do you have? I'm not focused on the viewers. I'm focused on the quality of the content and the feedback that I get from the viewers we have. Because that's more important to me right now than how many viewers I have at this date. And that's not, and everybody else, it's what's important to them is that, oh, I just reached 1 million, and I don't want that. I want loyal fans. And then as we grow those loyal fans, then you become the Joan London and the Barbara Walters show of the world, not the just the fly-by-nights that come and go. So
Kimberly, are you saying that you don't care about the number of likes you get on tweets?
Oh no, I like the likes I get on Twitter, but I don't do Twitter.
Yeah,
I can't even say it. Twitter confuses me, and I've heard people say this who have dyslexia, that Twitter is very hard to read through.
Sure.
And it is. It's not a streamlined. But I like Instagram. I do like Instagram, but
I like Instagram too. Twitter gives me a headache. So
yeah, and I don't know how to keep going.
Kim,
But I
in
think
India, we explain social media. Well, we compare the actors in India. So Facebook is for masses, and Twitter is for classes. That's what we explain. And also, if you talk about Instagram, so that is for the new superstar. So maybe if a young guy who is a superstar, so that is for Instagram is for that guy. And if you talk about LinkedIn, LinkedIn is mostly for the critically acclaimed actors, because only people who are serious they go to LinkedIn. And then we have Snapchats, and then we have YouTube. So we have a diversified audience on these platforms. And why I'm saying so, because you remember, I mean, so I'll tell you all my panelists. So what we have, we were taking an interview of a couple of guys and girls from China, and we asked them, do you know about LinkedIn or do you know about PPS? So they heard about LinkedIn, but they don't know about PPS. But then I told Nick that you are asking a wrong question. Ask them, either they are on TikTok or they are on Instagram, and they know about it. Because that is what they use it. I mean, they don't use Yahoo.com and all those things. They use TikTok, they use Snapchat, they use Instagram, and you need to ask them what, because that's a big world. If you have an account on Instagram, you will spend a lot of hours just to see what's going on and what people are doing. And in India, people are making TikToks every day. I don't know. I mean, how can they do it? But that's what their passion.
But the TikToks are what, 30 seconds? Every TikTok is
Something like that, yeah.
30 seconds, less than a minute.
But now they have 30 seconds into 5 something. So you have multiple TikToks running with the same theme. And what the best part is that they have new trends going around. So something they pick up a song or something like that, and they start doing it. So that's
Well,
what.
Rakesh, I wanted to ask you, because my sense is that you're following your passion with what you're trying to present to your K through 12, and I think if you get 100 viewers that are loyal, you are a success. So
I do too.
it's how you define success and failure, and if you follow your passion, man, you're a success. So.
Yeah, I like Kimberly. I'm not really worried about the number of people. It's the engagement that they have with the channel. Yeah. It's that what I'm looking at, because I'm looking at building an alternative to a situation where you don't have the right kind of teaching.
Right.
So sometimes your teacher doesn't come to class, or the school is unable to recruit a suitable teacher. Then you should have a place where you can get your level of education, which is the entrance to the world of science and engineering and medicine. So that's the area. Just get that door open so that people can. The way I used to tell my students, and I hope I just take a little time from you, is that, physics is studying the world around you, biology is studying life, and chemistry is understanding the link between the two, because that sort of thing. And mathematics is what science is all about, measuring. It is the soul of every science. Science is about measurement. If you don't have mathematics, you have no science. It is the soul of every science, whether it's biology, chemistry, or physics. So that's the way I look at it. And it's a sort of a worldview, which my job is to impart a scientific worldview.
Well,
so that which is why. Sorry.
No, go ahead. I agree with you on the math stuff. I don't think.
Which is why I'm very.
I agree.
Very much involved in eliminating superstition, in properly presenting scientific concepts. Every if you talk about, a lot of people don't know that we know so little about gravity. I was telling a young lady who came to me, what are those, Seventh-day Adventists, who came to our house in Auckland and said, she was knocking evolution, and I said, we know more about evolution than we know about gravity. So don't get confused by the semantics of science. We call it theory, but it's already proven. If you look at gravity, we still don't know whether it's space being bent. We still don't know whether it's a property of mass. We still, our knowledge is the mystery force of the universe. Yes, it's a mystery force. And so if I have been able to convey that sense of curiosity to every young child, or who comes in contact with my channel, That is my success.
Well, Rakesh, I also wanted to, what you made me think of is that in the Bay Area, we had a reporter called Peggy Orenstein, named Peggy Orenstein, who wrote a book called Schoolgirls. And it was about how girls get systematically beaten out of math, out of science. And by your delivery mechanism, they won't suffer that bullying that they do in school. And they might stick with math, they might stick with science, and instead of what we see every day.
That is exactly what I was aiming at, because the first moon mission was programmed by a woman, even without serious computer power.
Right.
A lot of people don't understand that, don't even know that.
Well,
some of my
they're
best
made out.
mathematics teachers have been women.
Well, a lot of
Yeah,
coders for most of the wars that were decoding and encrypting the code were women. It was not men.
Bletchley Park, yes.
Native Americans too. Yeah.
So,
Yes.
and one of the things that you mentioned about women being punished for studying certain things, we all know the horrific story of the young girls that were kidnapped from the school in Chibok. Was it Chibok? And only 112 were returned. So there's, I think, still another 100 plus missing and have not been returned to their homes. And it was only because they were going to school. They were going to school.
This is what fills me with rage.
Yes.
Rage, frankly. It fills me with rage that, it's the difference is a chromosome, which is just another mega chemical molecule. That's all it is. And people use that as a basis for social discrimination. It fills me with rage. Half the population suppressed fills me with rage.
Or the melatonin in your skin. These are just chemical differences. These are not something that, but the punishing them for educating themselves or daring even to educate themselves. This is also, it fills me with rage as well. And I think the answer is education and giving them a way to educate themselves so that they're not exposed to this abuse or bullying or kidnapping, whatever it is. So this is a very powerful tool that you're making use of, and I congratulate.
This is what I want to do. My price is low, $5 Hong Kong, which is probably about 80 cents, in the US dollars, and in India 40 rupees. I think children can afford it.
You can't get a cup of coffee for that.
No.
Yes, so that's why the price is kept low, because I want this to be where you don't have to ask your parent. You can do some, an errand for a neighbor, get that money, and study what you want to.
And it's just mind-boggling to me that in this case, an education is a privilege. I read a definition of privilege the other day because the word gets thrown around a lot, and I read the word on, the definition on it, and privilege is generally things that are given to you, right? It's something, a benefit that is given to a person or an organization that is not given to others, But it specifically wrote in there, one of the definitions, one of the places I read this, education is not considered a privilege, period. But I think whoever wrote that is from the United States, right? Because here we pretty much give, until you get post-school, post 12, we give the education away for free. It's free from K through 12. Or sometimes it's free in K, sometimes it's not.
And you get what you pay for.
And you get what you pay for. But whoever wrote the definition, defining privilege, said education is not considered a privilege. And I think it is. In other countries, I think that it is definitely considered a privilege. And I've learned so much because of this TV show. I wouldn't have said that if it hadn't been for this TV show. I would not understand it that way.
Survival in some cases. If you look at the railway children of India, if you go to the Bain local terminal in Mumbai, you will find young children running around begging. Even to live is a privilege for them. The lives they live, the abuse they face, Slumdog Millionaire just was a small focus on it. It was just one small part of the gamut of abuse that they face. Survival is really a privilege for them. We're just lucky to be born in a middle class family or upper middle class family, so we could reach where we are. But for those children, there's not a hope in whatever to get anywhere.
Well, Rakesh, I would like to tell you a little bit of a story that's related to that, because my foundation is sponsoring an academy in Uganda with a lot of adopted kids. And the guy there told me when they start playing chess, they stop crying. And my last communication with them is, I don't have to send them chess sets anymore because they're starving. All he wants is little maize flour to feed the kids. So this is a different level. It's a privilege to play chess, even though there's so much to be said for playing chess. But if you're starving, chess is a luxury.
Right.
I've lived in Rwanda, so I can completely understand what you're saying, because there's street children there too. There are times, when the grasshopper season is, we have to be careful while driving because they're running around the road trying to catch grasshoppers that they eat. That is their source of protein. Yes, it's protein. It is food. Fortunately, in most of Africa, sub-Saharan Africa, is not so bad a problem as it is in India. In India, we're even worse off than sub-Saharan Africa.
Wow.
And I'm saying that from having lived in these countries, not from having just, traveled through on a 10-day trip. So, okay, I'm just talking too much. I'll let all of you.
No, you're not. Keep going.
Always like to hear what you say. But I want to go back to
would you agree that the policies to upbring or maybe empower those children are wrong? Because what in India, maybe I'm not talking about India generally, we give them some kind of money or something with food and all. We are not taking care of their education, because if they're educated, they will get their own journey, they will live their own journey. And we have a lot of good examples in India. You know what happened in China and India border? And a lot of soldiers who died during this time, they are from a very poor family. And the parents are saying that because of their, son is in the army, they can eat something, because otherwise they were in so much of poverty. And now their son is no more. So who will take care of it? But the problem is that we are not talking about education and giving them empowerment so that they will start their own journey. And that is what, because it's not about just giving them Manrega or paying some money or things like that. Because see, that's what Kim and we were discussing, that if you give some money to someone who is a drug addict, he will buy a drug and feel for it. So instead, you have to give them resources so that that person or maybe that family become empowered and they will live their own life.
Exactly.
Usually for these children, sorry.
Go ahead.
Okay, just to make you feel a little better, most of the children who die in, whose parents have died in war, the Indian government will see that they get into Sainik schools where they get a full education free of cost.
I know
and
that.
the family gets the pension. So it's not that they're totally abandoned, and the army makes sure that they take care of their own. That much I can tell you. That's the one place in India which is still not corrupt. So that's just to let you know, make you feel less bad.
I'm not talking against the army. What I'm trying to say is that a person who is coming from the rural village and from a very low family, they will get bread and butter because their son is in army now. So that's how they get payment, because that if that soldier is earning 100 rupees or $100, he's sending $95 back to the family.
Yes, that is true.
That is what's happening. And with that money, that family will eat, will educate their children and all those things, and also will create a home, a small home or small house in their village. Now that person who was there, he's no more. So you lost a person, but still they have that passion, so that they can train their one more son or maybe grandson or whatever it is, train them to go and join the army. So my
And that
my
happens.
that
That
to empower
happens.
people so that they will live their own life. It's not
Right.
just giving them money and taking all those things away, because money won't solve a problem. We need to create a lot of resources. And I'll tell you, Rakesh ji, I had a word with someone in the ministry, and we were discussing that we give a lot of pensions or something like that to farmers. Instead, I think we should give them a solar power or maybe a solar water or some kind of resources, so that they can do much better farming as what they're doing right now. Because if you give some money to someone, that money would be, maybe they will buy a laptop or they will buy something else. I mean, which is not going back to the farming, because they have a lot of needs, a lot of things they
Okay.
want.
Yeah. With
Yes.
India, the problems are very specific, so very unusual, because we have, the fact of the matter is, it's not so much the government or anything, it's we as a people who need to reproduce less.
Yeah.
We are woefully overpopulated. We have almost the same population as China, and we do not have so much land area. The arable land is all used up, and that is why you have the siren song of Indian cities, where people come rushing to the cities, and now with COVID they've been chased out. So that is something very, very specific to India. I don't want to waste the channel's time, because you're for the whole world, so I won't say more than that.
No, this is educational though.
Yeah,
This-
Rakesh, you're
This
too
is, you
polite.
are about the world. What you're sharing is about the world, because this is a
So,
problem.
Rakesh ji, I just have one point, that everyone talks about the population, and this looks like something which is going against India. But I believe that strength comes with people, and if we utilize that people in the right manner, I think we can do a lot of things. It just, we don't have a policy to utilize that population, basically.
It's not
And
just
when you talk about cities, we have, that we have so many cities, but we don't have the standard. So that's why people come to the metro cities. If we have the standard, or if we have that, yeah.
the problem, Ankit, is not people. It is the age group, the demographics of the people. So you need to have value addition. I talked about value addition and people earlier. People who are trained to add value, or the working population age, needs to be high. Now, we are not doing so well now. We will have one burst, because we've got a huge working population about to come in, and then that window will close. So if we don't stop the population growth now, then we are condemning ourselves, and no government can solve this. Not Mr. Modi, not any Gandhi, not anybody can solve this but ourselves.
Yeah.
This is the elephant. It is the herd of elephants in the room. So
I completely agree. I mean, we have to look for the population as well, but whatever we have, we have to utilize that as well. So there should be a policy to stop.
Without doubt, but it's easier said than done, because how can anybody provide jobs out of nothing? You have to make an offering to the world of value for people to pay for it. Now, you had the H1B and the IT industry where people were willing to pay, but that's closing because there is a global recession. That window has closed. Not only that, there's Poland, there's Philippines, there's so many places which are competing with India. So that IT, what did we have? We had English speaking, and we had some IT skills because of mathematics, history of good mathematics. Okay. That window is closing because these things are spreading in the information age. Everybody's developing these competencies. So, we have to realize that, when you ask that young couple, any good news, meaning that child, you're actually asking any bad news. I'm passionate about this because I see how it is when I'm living in Hong Kong. It is a city about the size of Mumbai, and it has 1/3 the population. When I was growing up, Mumbai had the same population. When I was, 10, 11 years old, it was a different city. It is tragically over inhabited right now, and I weep to think of where the city how it has fallen. You know?
I agree.
You know, it's not so easy to realize it in Delhi because you have this huge expanse all around you, the half a continent there. But in Mumbai, it's a small little island, you know, and you can feel the pressure.
Wow.
So I completely agree, Rakesh. Mumbai is different from Delhi, but Delhi is also getting worse. Delhi, it used to be like this, and now it's growing like this. And we don't know. I mean, whenever I go out to a place where I'm not going since 6 months, and it's a new development, so we were like, "What's going on with Delhi?" I mean, it's expanding like anything. Delhi, if you remember earlier, we have just one ring road, which is a ring-shaped road. Now we have 3 ring roads, and then we have 1/4 ring road, which is the highway ring road.
And that's not bad because more growth is more jobs, and that's more
No, but I'll
production.
tell you the bad part is that because of that ring road, there are a lot of development going around, and there are a lot of houses, there are a lot of real estate property, and there are a lot of things also coming with that. It's not just about the road. And also, that's why we don't have water, we don't have good electricity, and we don't have a dumping ground. If you
Those
go to
are
any,
serious issues. I saw the mountain, dumping ground mountain.
we have
Go
4
up.
mountains in each and every corner of Delhi.
Well,
I only
let me
saw
compare. Let me compare San Francisco to Hong Kong for a moment, because I was in IT and I was at a very high level in IT, and the people that I would go to lunch with were Indian or Chinese, because they were the people that came over with that skill set. So I was the token Caucasian at most of these luncheons, but San Francisco is also bound by water, and it cannot grow too big.
Yes.
So that sounds like maybe the difference between Mumbai and Hong Kong. Hong Kong cannot grow too fast, too far, cannot spread out like New Delhi is you're talking about New Delhi spreading out.
But Jim, what Hong Kong does is they have put a lot of mud, and they've created that $16 billion bridge between Hong Kong and Macau, and they're creating a lot of new lands with that thing. I think Rakeshji, I think I'm not sure about the fact, but there's a lot of new upcoming land on the sea. That's what I've seen.
They have the connected islands and things like that.
Yeah.
But most of the growth is in the Greater Bay Area, which is right along, Shenzhen, Macau.
Yes.
They've defined it, and very wisely they have defined the Greater Bay Area as the place for expansion, because there is place for expansion. And you overcrowd cities. It is also stressful, just like Kim feels stressed out when there are too many people. You go to the central station in Mumbai, which is, say, something like Paddington or in London, and you just turn your head 180 degrees and you've seen 50,000 people.
I couldn't breathe. And when I watch World of Meters and that the birth rate, my thing is just how do people sustain? That's what goes into my brain. How do all of these, because like what you're talking about, all of these people living way out in the country with no other resources, and maybe this just is the way that they are and they survive, but it just doesn't
I'll give you a fact, as Rakeshji said about the Mumbai local, which is one of the densest local or train we have. And if you talk about daily commuters, we have more than 7.5 million commuters traveling within Mumbai through locals every day.
Every day, commuting daily. You get into the train, you don't have to hold up because you're so jam-packed. Your body's touching you on every side, touching you, not pressing against you. It is, I have traveled in that, so
that in New York.
After a certain age, I couldn't handle it anymore, and so I said I'm leaving India. But I had a couple of divorces behind me, so too many painful memories. I said I'm going to leave. When this is how you get serial killers, psychopaths. People at some point they break down. They just completely break down, and they say, why did they break down? Not because they hate people, it's because they feel the despair of not being able to succeed. in a situation where there are so many people all around you, and you know that they're all competing with you. One of the reasons I want to go to Russia, because it's probably one of the least densely populated countries in the world, and I want to see how that looks like. I met a young Russian boy here in Hong Kong who said, you must go to St. Petersburg and, Petrograd. And so I want to go there. And they said, don't go to Moscow, go to Petrograd. And I thought I need to go to both places. And then I also want to see Stalingrad because I'm an avid fan of World War II. So I want to see what Volgograd it is called now. So I want to see those places because I think they're one of the most valiant people. 27 million people died in Russia in the World War II, more than any other nation in the whole world.
And these are great educational topics that I don't know that people really focus on. They talk about them in National Geographic occasionally, but these are things that the children are not hearing and learning about, right? And this is the information we need to share. And I think it's important because this is our society, right? Our society isn't what the news puts out there every day. Our society isn't those sitcoms. Our society is exactly what we're talking about. It's growing at a rate that our economy cannot maintain, right? Our medical system cannot maintain. And we know this. We already know that we do not have enough people entering into college to become doctors to maintain this and the growth rate in years to come. The per capita rate will not be supported with enough medical doctors. They already know this. They created that monster themselves because they made it so expensive to become a doctor or go into the medical profession. And it's not worth it. But, you come out, there's so much liability. They don't make enough money to pay off their debt. So, why bother? And so we're creating our own monster. In another 10 to 20 years, there will not be enough medical professionals to maintain the growth rate that we have in our society.
And we had an explosion population, or that we call, the baby boomers, and we're getting older. And, there won't be as many people behind paying the taxes and whatever to support this growing level of senior people.
Think about this. Yeah. Think about this too, that we're going to be.
I've actually met a doctor from Duke University. From North Carolina. I met a doctor. I worked with him. I had the privilege of working with him in a hospital called Hinduja Hospital, way back in 1987. And he was just lovely. He was an Indian doctor who went to the States and then he retired. And he was telling me how difficult it was. He had already done his PhD in medicine, so he was called Mr. I forget what his name is, a Goan man, but he was a lovely guy, and so I have a lot of respect for Duke University medical faculty because he was stupendous. He was a pediatric oncologist. Bernard D'Souza. His name was Bernard D'Souza. Now I've got it. I'm growing old.
So, and see, because I've been a patient there forever, and one of the things I think that makes them so outstanding is the Veterans Hospital is right there. And so all of the doctors from Duke and the interns have to do their practice over there too. They have to volunteer time with the veterans, which I think that's where you really learn a lot of medicine, right? And you learn a lot of empathy for people. So I found that might be one of the reasons why Duke kind of separates themselves from all the other great medical, because we got a lot, they're all over the world, but I think that's why they separate themselves is the Veterans Hospital's right there. And I've spent a lot of time there with my dad, and I met a lot of Duke doctors, there. So.
But Mr. Bernard used to go to Dharavi, which is our slum area, and treat the children out there who had suffering from cancer. Pediatric oncologist that he was, till he died. He eventually died a few years later, but he did that serving his country. He was wealthy. He had no need to come back from the US, but he decided to give back to India. It's just one of my, I feel the heroes in my life, that I've come across.
They all, I mean, that's one thing I love about Duke is they all volunteer and go around the world serving lesser countries, teaching them. This is the big important part. They don't just go treat, they go and teach the medicine. They even hauled MRIs from, used MRIs that they weren't going to use anymore because they were getting new ones. They bought planes, space, and shipped them themselves to other countries. You don't see that in many places, but Duke was doing this, not some of the other places. And maybe they do, but this is what I do know because my doctors are all part of these programs. And but that's what makes good medicine is when we share it globally.
That is why I'm so happy to see, such a multifaceted person. Chess, music, business investment, and he's in all directions on this channel. He is shooting out knowledge.
Yes, exactly.
Thank you very much, Rakesh. First of all, a little observation. You were talking about overpopulation in India, and of course, it's a very, very important topic. But I'm surprised. Just yesterday or a couple of days ago, I had a guest who is specializing in Indian weddings, and he's very good.
Oh yes.
Weddings, yeah. Yes. I think after talking to you, maybe he should think about organizing Indian divorces and pay more attention to have a good divorce parties, and I think that would be much more useful
before they reproduce.
I think as long as we, it's all right to get married as long as you are two organisms producing two children, so you're not growing. If possible, one child.
Remember, in China, it was a policy that each family
which is why China was
child.
able to lift so many people out of poverty.
And even if you live here in the United States or Canada, one child is a luxury. Never mind 2 or 3 or whatever. One is a luxury. And to tell you the truth, if we wouldn't come here and we wouldn't have already 2-year-old daughter, we wouldn't have children here. It just doesn't pay. If you take even a mathematical equation, how much you spend for bringing children, putting them in the right school, giving them extra curriculum and teaching them all kind of lessons, dancing and singing and whatever it might be else, it's incredible. I mean, you're sacrificing all that, and you'll be very happy if your kid, when he will be 25, 30 years old, will say hello. You'll be a very, very happy person. So what did you do for 30 years, really? Spending your time, energy, and money just doesn't make any sense at all.
$1 million. It costs every parent in the world purchasing power parity $1 million to have a child.
I agree. So this is a losing proposition. I mean, of course, there are some biological factors that lead men and women to procreate or so on. So we have to keep that in mind. So probably it's unavoidable, but then people have to just blame themselves. $1 million to bring a kid, and you could invest it into some stocks like General Electric and maybe even Netflix and make some decent money. So instead, you just, my kid doesn't respect me. He doesn't say hello to me. He doesn't say, and where's my $1 million, by the way? Oh, you don't have $1 million. Okay, tough luck. Well, of course, your choice. Now, speaking a little bit about Russia, have you ever heard about Potemkin villages? No.
Sorry?
Potemkin villages. Potemkin was a minister in Katerina the Great government.
Yes.
And once she made a grand voyage to the south of Russia, and she wanted to see how her people live, peasants and so on. And so they live. They live in a mess, poverty, dirt, just horrible conditions. So Potemkin devised a certain type of structures that were portable, so he could move them from a place to place. So each time when she would arrive in one of these places, the village would be erected in a matter of day or two. So peasants would be staying in this village, and Katerina the Great say, "Yeah, okay, that's not so bad. Okay, let's move on to the next one." So the next one, the same village would be transported to a new place, erected. The peasants would be there. So she said, "Wow, what a wonderful village! Yeah, I'm so happy for them. Okay, let's move on." And it was in every place wherever they would arrive, there would be a village. And Katerina the Great, she was quite happy that people live in decent conditions or so on. Now, St. Petersburg is a very, very special case where village was constructed in one place. It doesn't move anywhere because it's simply impossible to. It's incredible place. I'll tell you, actually, St. Petersburg, as it looks today, it can put a shame on New York, Paris, London, Madrid, and all other places. It's really, I mean, you have to see it even for 2 days. Today I wouldn't travel specifically for St. Petersburg, but if I would go on a cruise ship, which would go to Northern Baltic cruise, yeah, it would stay probably 2, some cases 3 days in St. Petersburg. In St. Petersburg, that's what I would consider definitely do, and would recommend to anybody because first of all, you don't need visa because you have a temporary visa as long as the ship stays in port. It doesn't cost you any extra money because normal Russian visa will cost you from $500 and on. And you would see basically everything. 2 days or or if you're lucky to get 3 days is enough. You will see the Winter Palace, you will see Petrograd, you will see all these beautiful places in and outside of St. Petersburg. That is a fantastic place by all means. If you will travel even 20, 30 kilometers outside of St. Petersburg, you will see extreme poverty, um, uh, absolutely incredibly poor and unsanitary conditions, unhappy people who do nothing but drink vodka. There are no other drinks available, so they will drink only vodka, and not the good one. They will drink some lousy cheap vodka.
But the water is not safe. So
Sorry?
vodka is safer. Vodka is safer to drink than water sometimes because the water is not
Yeah,
pure.
depends what's water. And actually, I got new, a new vodka. It's called each bottle. Actually, I can hardly handle it. It's called Imperial vodka.
Period.
And it's Russian, and it's 1.75 liter.
What kind of cigar goes best with that?
The cigars don't go with vodka at all. That's the
Ah.
unfortunate thing. Cigars are go with whiskey. They go very well with rum, with tequila, with cognac.
Not
Depends what type of cigar, with what type of drink. Not with vodka. Vodka, you have to smoke papyrosa. That's what works with vodka.
Well, Sasha, do you know what a bucket list is?
What's that?
A bucket list? Do you know that phrase? Do you know what that means?
No, I don't.
A bucket list is something you want to do before you pass away. You have to check off things on your bucket list. And St. Petersburg is one of those things that is on my bucket list.
On mine
but I've been reading about Catherine the Great, what a remarkable woman she was. And that we actually have a show that's on, and we have the biographies of her that I've been reading. And Tumkin was her paramour. Is that true?
But I think he lost it after he did that. She was too smart. I'm sure she saw through it.
Yes. And also St. Petersburg, she collected much of the art because she wanted to make it a European city. Is that not correct?
Correct.
Yes.
But,
Okay.
but St. Petersburg was built by Peter the Great.
Yes.
Peter.
There were hundreds of thousands of people died by building the city in the middle of nothing.
Yes.
And well, today it's a spectacular city. Really, it is. Yeah.
And the Hermitage is one of the things I want to see. You had a guest on your show that was born there, and she liked the Russian art museum more than the Hermitage, but that has always been on my list.
Yeah, she's right. It's Maria Yugina. She's the wife of Grand Master Mikhail Marin.
Yep.
And she's very articulate, very talented artist. And yeah, of course, she knows about St. Petersburg thing or two.
I have a couple of questions for you because I know you were born in Odessa and you were not born in Moscow. But I know you know this history because Rakesh was talking about the population and land mass and how there is a great deal of land in Russia. And do you think that, I think that played, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think that played a big part in Napoleon's failure to conquer Moscow and in World War II, the failure to conquer Moscow. Was there just was so much land that they had to travel through for so long, and it was a war of attrition for them that they lost.
First of all, let's be correct.
Yes.
That Napoleon did take the Moscow.
Yes.
He did, yes.
Okay.
But he did not conquer it.
What's the difference between taking over the Moscow and conquer it?
Okay. Well, he first lost again.
Okay. It's a historical fact that Napoleon forces defeated Russian forces at the Borodino battle. And though Russian historians denying that, and they're saying that basically nobody took over Borodino, both armies were exhausted. He's right that both armies were exhausted, but the fact remains that the French had a decisive victory over Borodino, and as a result of that, Russians had to retreat, and they had to abandon Moscow, because if they would try to defend Moscow, then Russians would lose all their army. And remember one thing, the capital of Russia at the time was St. Petersburg, not Moscow. So they find it acceptable to let Moscow go. However, what they did before Napoleon came into Moscow, they burned it.
Set fire to
And
it.
they destroyed all food and everything what Napoleon could use for his army. They burned all that. And actually, the reasons why Russians were so ruthless, because Russians were not even so much fighting Napoleon, they were fighting their own war against Russian peasants. They wanted to enslave them, they were resisting, and they saw Napoleon as their way to freedom. So the Russian peasants at the time of the Napoleon's invasion, they were on the side of Napoleon, not on the side of Russian Tsarist army. So once they took over the Moscow, but the Moscow was empty. There was no food, there was no people left. There was very little for Napoleon to do there. So, okay, he could stay there for a month, for a year, for 10 years. But what good is that? I mean, for Napoleon, Moscow was, although he took it over, but it was almost as a punishment for him, because there was no useful deed deriving from that. So essentially, he left Moscow, and in this Russian winter, he had to retreat all the way back to France, and Russians were they were involved in parties. They were still scared to confronting Napoleon's army, so they were doing all kind of partisan things, and they were doing a little bit rearguard battles here and there. But anyway, so ultimately speaking, it is true that Napoleon lost his war with Russia, although he was able to take over the Moscow. Now, in the case of Hitler, there was one interesting book I read. Some people like, and I'm one of them, the books about alternative history. The book writes about a Second World War at the beginning. Everything remains just as well as it was in the real history. There are no changes, except only one. No, actually two. The first one would deal that when Hitler had uh, um, uh, his post of command in the city of Vinnytsia in Ukraine. So when they started war against Russia, for the first several months, he had there his facilities, and he was physically there. Now, once he was flying somewhere, just him and his pilot, and when they landed, pilot got horrible injuries, and he was staying in the hospital in coma for several months, and then he recovered. Now, Hitler, he was unscathed, absolutely. He had no injuries of nothing. Now, let's imagine that it was vice versa, same flight, but it was Hitler got into coma and stayed in coma for several months, and his pilot was okay. That's number one deviation from real history. And second deviation was that Germany took over Malta. For some reason, British decided it's not so important. They wouldn't defend it, and Hitler and Italians would take over the Malta. Okay, these two things all remains the same. All the armies and generals, everything same stays the same. So, what these two things would lead? Remember that Hitler, unlike his generals, especially Guderian, who was a proponent of very quick march to Moscow and take it, especially that unlike the Napoleonic War, the Moscow now was the capital of Russia and everything was around Moscow. So Moscow, it was a brain and all other vital organs of Russia. So by taking over Moscow, you basically Russia is no longer can be controlled anywhere. It would just fall apart, especially considering the great animosity of Russian people toward Stalin and Communist Party and so on. Number one. Number two, Hitler resisted the plan of Guderian, and he wanted to take over Kiev and St. Petersburg, Leningrad, and so on and on and on. Essentially, Hitler was not so sure actually what's the right way to fight this war, because of course another very important point, very vital point for him was to get access to the Caspian oil.
It still is.
That would solve all his supply problems. So, but how can you, this army, which needs to be supplied all over time, and there are huge distances, and now the weather was getting worse and worse, how you can manage all that? So, of course, Guderian was right, and Hitler would be in coma. Guderian would take over Moscow by beginning of October. And then goes alternative history, which shows then they're talking about Malta. The result of the war would be still the same. The only thing is that it would happen instead of 45, it would happen in 47. Japanese would invade California with the mediocre success. They would be driven out anyway. The nuclear bomb would be still used. So the only thing is that all would that be covered by 47. Interesting book, very well written, interesting read. But there is some wisdom in that. Is that, of course, if Hitler was successful to take Moscow, again, it's unclear whether he would win the war. If he could still fight it and leave England and US out of the participation in the war, he could have a very stable success. By the way, interesting thing is that Russia wouldn't lose in this case 27 million people. It would lose probably only half, maybe even a third of 27 million by letting Hitler take over the Moscow. But that's another story.
Yes. But Sasha, what? Since this is podcast day, we want to talk a little bit about how do you sound so clear? Do you have a microphone that you speak into?
No, I have lousy computer, Lenovo portable computer. I have access to a good microphones and camera, and I'm thinking of using that. I'm just trying to get a little bit more settled here and figure out really what's required. But I'm mindful that technology is very important. If
Yes.
you're doing that and you're spending your time, you might as well do it the right way.
Yes. Yes. And even if you live in Silicon Valley, you're still at the whims of the internet. So you can get knocked off at any time. But Ankit, what do you use? Do you use a microphone or?
So I generally use my MacBook because I tried a lot of mics, but I was not comfortable using those.
Oh,
Yeah, and I tried to keep my room soundproof so that there should not be any background noise or something. And I just focus on what we are doing, because focus is also more important, because I do a lot of multitasking, so I skip some conversation in between.
oh yes, yes.
And
Of
that's
course.
also very problematic in some time, because you need to be engaged with what's going on. But there's a lot of production work going on apart from what we do live discussing. But what I've realized is that on StreamYard and maybe on other platforms as well, that we are using different bandwidth to come on StreamYard, and then because I'm managing and I'm putting it live from my bandwidth. So if I don't get a good bandwidth on my internet connection, or maybe from someone else, so sometimes I lose out. So there is some pixelate going on. So that's what happening with Sasha. Whenever I think 3 or 4 people are there with Sasha, so I lose Sasha, and it's very pixelate. I can't see him properly. But whenever Kim or someone joins back, he's clear, and now suddenly he's clear. So I think that because we are using different bandwidths and doing live stream through StreamYard, so that also perhaps utilizing a lot of bandwidth, and there is some kind of a connection going on, because you are also live from your end, and then I have to make you live from StreamYard using my bandwidth. So that's what happening. That's what I've learned. There should be something which we can work it out.
But
But,
Rakesh, it sounds like you're the man. You're ahead of
Yeah.
all of us.
Yeah, it's not me. It's the infrastructure in Hong Kong that the
Yeah.
people of Hong Kong have so well planned for and provided. It's not anything that I did. It's just the wonderful people of Hong Kong. I think, and I've been saying this to whoever I meet in Hong Kong, that the greatest wealth of Hong Kong is its people.
Yeah.
And it's not the buildings, it's not the location, it's its people. By offering to take 3 million people, Boris Johnson has held the greatest threat to the existing powers, because it just shows that the world appreciates the people of Hong Kong, and any government that wants to rule Hong Kong should not interfere with the freedoms or anything that impedes the performance of the people of Hong Kong, because they're just lovely people. They stand in queues, they follow the rules, they pay their taxes. They're just the loveliest people I've ever come across. I've stayed in a lot of countries.
Yes.
They're just the loveliest people I've come across.
What about Singapore? Have you been to Singapore?
Yes,
Bit of an
I've been-
attitude. They've got a bit of an attitude about how good they are, but otherwise, they're good people.
Yeah. But it's the
I
same thing.
completely agree with Rakesh. I think Hong Kong is one of the best cities I have visited so far, and I visited Singapore as well. But I think, as Rakesh said, they are little. They think little like they are little. Little superior.
Have you gone to
Everybody
London?
everybody else is below them.
Tim, whenever you go out and whenever I go out as an Indian, there's a difference, because people treat you differently, and then people treat Indian little differently, and we see a lot of different world as what you see, sitting or maybe living or maybe doing a tour in the same city at same point of time, and that's how I won't call it as a racist or something, but that's how people perception is all about. If someone is coming from America, it's a different attitude as compared to someone who's coming from India.
Yes.
No matter how rich or how wealthy that person is. But as far as the infrastructure is concerned, I have used internet in a lot of cities and states around the world, and I think the top was South Korea, and after that it was Hong Kong.
Okay, I'm really curious. Have you been to London?
Me?
Yes.
No.
No.
Yes, I was in London.
Yes, and so it's one of the most heterogeneous societies that I've ever been to, because there's all sorts of ethnic differences. But I really was impressed. There's a big Indian presence there, and the Indian food there was something to be really proud of. But
And isn't it just because it's a connection with our history with Britishers,
yes,
with most of the people, and I think I don't know. I've learned a lot of stories that they took a lot of people as slaves or someone. I'm not sure, and that's how they've settled in UK
that's what
now.
I was asking about. Yeah.
The majorities now, they're one of the majorities now.
Yeah. Well, I must say that I've run out of my dollar store, my family dollar store purchases. I only have one mask left. I only have, I can't even find it. I only have one more patch if I ever play Sasha again. But I want to say hello to Lynn Shepherd.
But
That's the
Lynn,
one I'm
good
looking
morning.
for. I can't find it right now.
Lynn, you have the best. You have the best brand ambassador as Jim, because Jim always talk about dollar store.
Yeah. Hey, I'm a big fan. I save money. I don't have to go out of my house. Come on, that's perfect for me.
Yeah, the only thing is we need to carry some shirts that are a little bit more conservative than what Jim wears. Unfortunately, we don't have them. But yeah, I want to thank both Jim and Mark for being customers of the dollar store. It's wonderful. As people well know, if they've been listening to us, and for those who don't and haven't listened, we are a sponsor of Money Masters PBS, which has it's a not-for-profit that owns IBM.TV. The mission is to provide financial education and financial fitness to people to try and narrow the gap between poverty and financial sustainability. And I know originally it was oriented more towards younger people. But today, given what's going on right now, and what may, because of the spike that's happening in a lot of the states with more COVID cases, people need to pay attention to it, and they need to understand, because part of, as Kimberly says, and I don't know whether she's backstage or not, but that's okay. She talks about the fact, and she and Nick talk about the fact that millionaires, what millionaires do, it's not because of making the money, but it's how they spend it wisely. They take advantage of discounts. They take advantage of time, because you don't have to go out and go to a store and go shopping, which is another thing. Unfortunately, because we're online, we can't deliver perishables. We could deliver to Canada and deliver to Sasha, but the problem is with Border Patrol between the U.S. and I know, because my daughter and daughter-in-law live not probably too far from where Sasha lives in Toronto, but we try and send anything up to them, and they'll be home in December before they're going to get what we ship to them now.
Lynn, are you planning in near future come to Canada?
Say that again.
Do you have plans to visit Canada in the next few weeks?
Well, not in the next few weeks, but hopefully, if the restrictions, Sasha, are reduced, because they are coming home for good. They've been there. Will have been there 3 years. They're coming back in December, and we want to get one more visit to Toronto while they're still there. So I would love to connect with you if we, in fact, do come up.
Please do. Although I must tell you, there's a big movement now in. Sorry?
Yes,
I got a quick question for you. It's based on something that happened to me a long time ago, and I don't know how tight the restrictions are, but and it actually wasn't. But I remember a friend of mine went to Canada. They visited Canada. This was a number of years ago, and they went across the border. Had no problem going across the border, but then when they tried to come back, they had forgotten their passport. Fortunately, I was house sitting for them, so I was able to get the passport, fax it to them, and then get it to them, so they were able to come back over the border and everything back to the United States. But like I said, this was a number of years ago, so I just don't know, are those restrictions still as tight in terms of coming back across the border or going one way or the other than they used to be? And like I said, this couple, and I was sitting for their dog and their cat, they've since got divorced, so I don't know if that was the reason that they got divorced, was the whole passport disaster or not.
Okay. Well, first of all, there is a strong movement in Canada now to disallow any travel from United States to Canada. Just stop it for now, for indefinite number of months, maybe even a year, maybe even longer, because it seems that U.S. policies do not take into consideration the dangers of the coronavirus as they open the states. And therefore, it's very difficult to protect Canadians from getting coronavirus from our visiting U.S. friends. And I think next week will be a vote. Friday, everything opens up in Toronto tomorrow, so that's good development. Except schools. Schools will be opened in September. So next week, I think there will be decision about traveling. Now, I had a very similar case. I had a visiting friend from Russia, and he had a Canadian visa, and he had U.S. visa too. So when we went to Niagara Falls, we spent some time there, went to casino, had a good time, and then he wanted to visit the U.S. side. And sure, we just crossed a Peace Bridge from Canada to U.S.
Right.
And spent maybe half an hour there and went back to Canadian side. And there is a border patrol. They stopped us and they told me that you can continue, but your friend must return to United States. I asked why. Well, because he had only one entry visa to Canada.
Oh, wow.
And he already used that. So now he cannot enter Canada anymore. I said, what about his US? He looked and he says he has one entry visa to US. So he cannot return to US either. So all he can do is to be on that Peace Bridge. So somebody can bring him some food from time to time, whatever. But he cannot come to Canada. He cannot come to the United States. That's it. That's the end of story.
Oh,
I was
think
able to,
the dollar store probably could have delivered to him on the bridge. Except we don't have perishables, unfortunately. So that's
exactly.
that's
also, we could order some pizza for him to enjoy.
there you go.
And Lynn, what about the dollar store drone, baby? You should launch some drones, and that drone will take any items, a small item, and just deliver to that person anywhere.
The problem with drones is that you have to get approval with the FAA. Because my son actually has a license. My son lives in outside of Raleigh, where Nick and Kimberly live, and not too far from Mark. So he does real estate photography, and he had to get a license. The problem, if you want to deliver to the Peace Bridge, the bridge between Canada and the United States, you're going to have to get licensed in both countries. So, I mean, I'm not sure how you do that.
Then, if you're ready to share taxes and revenue from both the countries, I think they will allow.
Oh, well, that's another problem. Taxes for both countries. I think you'd end up not
a loss.
You take a loss. Rakesh is correct.
But
that's
but,
right.
but they put a delivery charge which a customer will pay, and whatever you'll earn from that product, that will go on taxes, and you will get the service charge. That's it.
Well,
Well,
you think so?
I do have a Canada story also. When I was in high school, this is what Vietnam War was still going on, but by the time I turned 18, the draft had ended. But we went up to Quebec a couple of weeks and different times, and we just had our state license to get into Canada.
That's true.
It was no problem at all. But when I came out to California, my wife had an office in Vancouver in British Columbia, and we needed passports. So everything has changed in my lifetime to be able to get to Canada from the United States.
I recall we went to friends of ours have a cabin in Quebec, north of Ottawa, and we went there with them probably in the late '90s and didn't need a passport.
Okay.
We were able to cross with our driver's licenses at the time, but clearly, I mean, that has changed. You can't go in. I actually was up there, as Sasha knows, there's a big film festival, and because of another business I'm involved with, I was up at the film festival last September. I flew up, and the only way I could get in was with my passport, and the only way, and my daughter and I drove back together, and the only way she could, either one of us could get back in the United States was with our passports.
Yeah.
So
you might have gotten into it with your Pennsylvania driver's license, but if they looked at a California driver's license, they wouldn't let us in.
well, that's the Socialist Republic of California anyway. So there's actually now I understand. I forgot, but now I fully understand, Jim. So
Lynn, now wait a minute there. We don't know that California is its whole own separate state, but actually we have allies because Durham is its own part of North Carolina. You know, we have some very liberal views in Durham as well.
So I've been in for years into antique maps, okay, and if you've seen antique maps, back in the 1500s and 1600s, a lot of maps were made that showed California as an island, and one of the reasons why that happened, if you, and I've done a lot of reading about antique maps and about the cartographers of the day. The cartographers in those days were European. They didn't travel to the United States and go around with their chains and stakes and measure the distances. They relied on information that was supplied to them. So in California, especially, much of the information came from the Catholic priests that came back with the visitors that came back. Well, if as Jim knows, the San Joaquin River floods a lot, and when it does, a lot of the reporting was that it went down to the Colorado River, and therefore California was depicted as an island. The maps themselves were made on copper plates, and so if you think about copper plates, you can't erase a copper plate. You can add to it, but you can't erase from it. So what happened was it's so expensive to recreate the copper plates that even after they knew that California wasn't an island, although, you know, given the earthquakes, maybe they were forerunners of what's actually going to happen sometime.
Yeah.
But
Well,
the fact,
Lynn, I loved just playing like the what if kind of games and everything. And we all know that there was a big war in 1812. So just imagine, and I know that Trump tried to build his wall and everything, but imagine what the country would have been like if Mexico had won. Because then California, Louisiana, there's like about 4 states that would not be. Well, no, it's not Louisiana, it's Texas. Texas, California, and about 2 or 3 other states that would be Mexican properties and not United States properties.
well, that's
We
true.
still feel that way. And
We
Lynn,
can
we still feel like an island.
Well, yeah, but I was going to finish and say that even after they knew that California wasn't an island, it was too expensive to redo the copper plates. So they continued to make the maps showing California as an island. So even for a lot of maps that were made in the early 1700s, you will still see, if you go out and buy them, you will still see California as an island. But anyway, that's beside the point. So should I go back, Ankit, to the dollar store for 1 minute and just
Sure.
talk about the
Before you get
fact?
to the dollar store, one
Yes,
thing that I need
that-
from you from the
that-
dollar store.
Well,
And actually, he just mentioned it. You know, shirts are one thing, but I've got an item that I think that y'all need to supply. It's relatively cheap to create. I think the dollar store needs to go into the t-shirt business.
oh, the t-shirt business. Yeah, we
But
may
Len,
do
I'll
that.
tell you something. What we need to do is we need to have someone to shop on IBM TV using dollar store
I
and
think
see
that's a good idea.
how the experience works basically, because
Yeah.
people wanted to know how you are shopping at dollar store and what's the right way to shop and what's the right way to get free shipping and
Yeah.
how you'll get that $5 and all those things. So if we can create that experience for our users, that would be great.
We're talking about that.
Great idea.
We're actually going to do a 5 to 10 minute. It's like a what do they call those things? An info ad to do it. We need one thing when we do it. We need Jim to participate because he uses them on his head,
Yes.
especially the lidocaine CBD patches, just in anticipation of playing chess with Sasha.
Sasha,
Be-
absolutely.
because he knows that he's going to have
I'm
pain.
going to have a headache.
And
Yeah.
the other thing is he needs to have them to use on his arm because lifting the chest pieces is so heavy that we don't want him to get tendonitis in the arm. So see, there you go. But so just, Ankit, to give people a little bit of information, we do have some CBD products. I did show the CBD patches with lidocaine. We have them in small packets of 1 to 2 to 4 tablets so that people can try and see if it works rather than going out and buying for $100 or more a month's supply. They can just try them. We have free shipping for purchases over $25. We have a rewards program that basically gives people tokens that function exactly like buying a gift card, so that when you present the token, you basically will buy for less money than you would if now you don't nobody delivers the tokens to you. They're all in your back office, but it's like having a gift card right away in your back office, so that it's in your customer account, so that you can purchase things more cheaply than you would otherwise, and they're pretty cheap anyway. As Kimberly likes to, we got all men on here, so we don't care about the lines on our face, but the ladies do. And obviously, Kimberly, when you look at her, has figured out the solution to that. But we have a product on our in our store that costs $67 at Amazon. Same identical product that Amazon also charges you shipping for, and so that means your cost is well over $70, and our cost is $4.99. So if you buy, let's say, the dust masks, which are all properly protected, different colors on both sides, you can get 50 for $25. You can get some of the patches, especially if you think you're going to play Sasha in chess. You'd need them definitely. We have. How can I miss this? We have Minion napkins.
Oh,
We have
wow.
Minion napkins. Where is Kimberly right at the
I
moment?
know,
Because
I know. She's
she
in love with them.
loves Minion napkins. She loves
Great.
all things Minion.
Yeah.
So we have over 4,000 products, a lot to choose from. But then there are people, then there are businesses who might want to buy in big lots. And for any business or person actually who wants to put stuff away. If you spend more than are willing to spend more than $1,000, we actually have a site that has 32,000 products on it. Now, we give half of our profit to Money Masters because we want to support the mission, and we think it's a wonderful mission. But if somebody does want to go to the big store and buy over $1,000 worth of items, half of the profit from that is going to Money Masters as well. So that's because we believe in the mission, and the people in Dollar Store Corporate understand what we're doing, and they're very supportive. The other thing we're doing, and Ankit knows we've had this conversation, and I know maybe some of you have heard this, but we've had conversations about opening online dollar stores in India, and we're going to work to do that. While 60% of our products for the online dollar store here in the U.S. are U.S. products, U.S. made products, name brand products, Johnson & Johnson, Fisher Price, Dove soap, Irish Spring soap. I know Jim is a fan of Irish Spring. Anyway, so we have lots of name brand products, but in India, we're going to be doing the same thing with Indian products, Indian made products. So anyway, need I say more? Kimberly usually brings up the site and shares it.
Well, Lynn, I will say that you've taught me now. Why does Kimberly like me? Because I'm a minion.
The truth is out. Yeah, now we know why.
And I also have to say that I can walk down one aisle in the grocery store at home and spend $25. And there's more than one aisle in my grocery store. So this is a bargain to get to $25. It's hard work because everything is inexpensive on your site. And so I have to keep buying to get to 25. But when I get there, it's free shipping and it comes to my door.
Sure. What we're going to do, we're going to also work on repeat purchases. So once you've sort of set up a system and you said, well, I like this, and this, you can go back and you can hit the button and you can do repeat purchase. Actually, it's there. It's there already. What we're going to have to do is to show you, because you can put your favorite items in a package, and you can just go on, open up your favorites and click and say, I want to buy this, and this today. And you don't have to go through the 4,000 items to buy more.
Now you're talking to your ideal customer right here for that.
Oh yeah. If you were ADD and had the patience that I had, because I am clearly, in fact, actually, I'm looking at, there's a squirrel out there right now that I'm looking at. So, and if you're not familiar with that, that's what people with ADHD say. Oh, there's a squirrel out there. So they immediately
get severely distracted. The rabbit is
easily distracted. Yeah,
the mouse is going to distract you. They're all going to distract you.
Yeah. So for me to get on a site with 4,000 items and go through 4,000 items,
it's overwhelming.
I'm not sure I could live long enough. So anyway, but there it is about the dollar store. But think about this. Well, let me just look and see if we have some new arrivals, because I have it up here on my other screen. And yep, the surgical masks, which came in about a couple of weeks ago, 50 of them for $25. Jim is showing you one package of 50. So what I've done is I bought myself a package. We have 3 cars, so we're a two-person family with 3 cars. But I just stuck them in the cars, because if I see people who don't have masks and they're going to go into a store which requires them, which most of the stores here now that are opening up do, I'll just hand somebody a mask and say, here, it's my gift to you. But think about this, because Kimberly talks about this all the time. Time is money. And if you have to get in your car and you have to travel to a store, now to get perishables, we do. So we have to go up and down the aisles like Jim was talking about. if we're going to get. If you're not from Philadelphia, you probably don't know what this is, but one of my favorites is Scrapple. Jim, do you know what Scrapple is?
I do, but I'm not a consumer.
Yeah, most people who don't come from the Philadelphia area wouldn't eat Scrapple. It's sort of for Mark, who's from North Carolina, and from Rakesh and Ankit. It's sort of whatever is left over when I think it's pigs are when they make the ham and when they make the pork and everything else. It's whatever is left over is ground up and it's put into a bar and it's patties, and I love it. I absolutely love it.
Well, the Scots have haggis, so it's
well the Scots, but you can't eat haggis without drinking scotch.
There you go.
There is no way to.
They kind of go hand in hand.
I always forget to ask you.
You need drink with.
I missed that.
I said there's certain things that you need drinks with.
Yes.
Yeah, there's certain things you need drinks with.
But
Go ahead, Hank.
You're talking about
yeah.
me going to the store and it says, "Hi, Jim. Would you like the usual?"
Oh,
And
there you
that's
go.
like me going up to a bar and the bartender knows me and says, the usual. And
Yeah, the usual.
you will
Yeah.
have me as a customer for life. if
Yep.
you do that.
Yeah, well, we it won't say hi, Jim, but
Yeah.
but it's there now. It knows. All you have to do is say, "This is one of my favorite products that I want to buy," and it'll put it right into your favorites, and it'll be there on the site for you every time you go to purchase. So you just go back, you click on your favorites, and today you might buy 5 of your favorites. You have 30 of them up there. It's easy. You don't have to look at 4,000 items.
Absolutely.
Anyway,
Mainly dollar
That's a good
store.
way to stop, what
Would you-
Jim?
Go ahead, Inka.
so what'd you say, Ankit?
So I said that that's a good way to shop, and you don't have to put more effort and time to look for the product. You have your favorite products ready and in a basket or in a package. You just have to click it and pay. That's it. And
Right.
also, if we can work out on a payment as well, so it's just a one click away. You just have to click it, and payment also will be sorted because you are a regular member. So that also can be taken care of.
Working
So
on
that's
it.
what the store is all about. Yeah, it's still the go. So yeah.
We're working on it. Ankit's a brilliant marketer, so we know that. And
Hank is just wonderful. He does all kinds of stuff even for us here right on this IBM.TV. But Ankit, and for the other gentlemen from overseas, I have a question for you. How popular is it, the thrift stores and the dollar stores? Because like I said, I am a big fan of what Lynn is doing, but I do go to my local dollar store. If I can't find the item at Lynn's store, I'm going to check Lynn first. And then I'm a big fan of thrift stores. I go out. I hate that the one around the corner from me has been closed for months now because of the coronavirus. But I found all kinds of things from books to records. And Lynn, you need to get some books and records in your store too, and to some great clothes. So just how big is that in your area?
We don't have any dollar store in India, but as we are very frequent travelers to US and other countries, so we know about dollar store, and that's what happened. So that's why people follow dollar store, and they used to buy a lot of stuff from dollar store. And it's one of the best and cheapest store around, and you'll get a lot of stuff. And some of the store, I believe it's open 24 hours. I'm not sure. So maybe that way that's easy. But dollar store is a popular name, and it's also started by one of the Indians in US. So I mean, I believe I believe that maybe 90% of the Indian in US, they know about dollar store.
It's true. And actually, the gentleman that founded the dollar store came to the United States from India to go to college and is a naturalized citizen. But his first stores that he created, his first brick and mortar stores, were actually in India. And he owns the name Dollar Store. So the other stores that sell like the dollar store does can't use dollar store in their name, which is also true.
And Lynn, I wanted to know because I always forgot to ask you that we know a lot of states in US. What is the difference between Philadelphia and Pennsylvania? For me, it looks similar. I mean, similar people and similar kind of culture. Is there any difference between both the states?
Say that again, Ankit. I sort of missed that.
Philadelphia and Pennsylvania. What is the difference between both the states?
You mean what's happening with the COVID here in Philadelphia? And
No, not COVID. Generally, what kind of difference both the states have? Is there any difference in culture, or maybe people, or how they live a life, or something like that? Because
Between Virginia and Pennsylvania? Between Virginia and Pennsylvania.
and
Pennsylvania and Philadelphia.
Philadelphia. Well, first of all, you know, if Philadelphia is sort of a melting pot also. We have a reasonable size Indian population in the metropolitan area. Nothing, by the way, that I found out through a friend of mine that I was talking to is from South Africa. Durban, South Africa is the second largest Indian population in the world. But we have our own Chinatown, like San Francisco has. We have a very big Italian population in South Philadelphia. We have a very big Irish population in various areas. What a lot of people don't know is the United States actually came within 2 votes of speaking German as the main language when the country became independent of England. And so it was, I believe it was 2 votes. I've heard people say it was 1. But one of the reasons is there was a very big German population, which is why one area in Philadelphia is called Germantown, because Germantown in Philadelphia was originally populated by Germans. And there are lots of other areas like that. I mean, for instance, outside of Memphis, there's Germantown. And
Germantown's everywhere.
Yeah, and so we had a very, very big population of Germans. And we have, I mean, we're very eclectic here in Philadelphia. Not I would categorize being very homogenous. Eastern Pennsylvania is that way. Those of us in Eastern Pennsylvania wish they would spin Pittsburgh off and make it part of Ohio, because we can't stand the Pittsburgh Steelers. But that's beside the point. If that's Ankit, if you're into football, you would know that.
Worse than the Yankees.
I can make it out. It's all about football.
Yeah,
But
there you go, golden purple.
I asked this question because when I was in US, I used to travel to a lot of states to reach out to Virginia, and Philadelphia, Pennsylvania are those states where I passed down reaching to Virginia. And one of my sister, she lives in King of Prussia.
Oh, your sister lives in King of Prussia.
Yeah.
Wow, that's interesting. So I'm about. I can get to King of Prussia. There's an enormous mall in King of Prussia.
Yeah.
And
One of the
have you been to the mall?
Yeah, I've been to the mall. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I can get there in about 30 minutes from where I live.
Okay.
Well, it depends upon the traffic.
Yeah.
But it's interesting. Yeah. The one thing, did your sister take you downtown to see the sights in Philadelphia?
I think so, because I've last visited King of Prussia in 2009. This time when I was in US, I didn't visit her because I was having a packed jam schedule. So this time I was at Maryland, I was at California, and I was at New York.
Okay. Well, in various businesses that I've had, people from California would come to visit, and they grew up in California as opposed to Jim, who is a transplant. And they would come, and I used to love to when business was finished, or if business was downtown Philadelphia, I would just drive them around and show them the sights, because at one point in time in the 1700s, I think actually even after we had the revolution in 1776 and those periods, Philadelphia was the largest city in the Western Hemisphere.
The Continental Convention was held there.
Yep, exactly, and was actually early on. It was one of the capitals for a very short period of time. York, Pennsylvania, actually was a capital. I don't know whether people know much about that. And then they settled on sort of this no man's land between Virginia and Maryland, called Washington, D.C. But the fact is, we have Independence Hall. We have the first bank in the United States. We have Betsy Ross's house. We have the Liberty Bell. We have lots of old buildings. People say, "Wow, these are really old buildings." And boy, you really live in a place that's pretty old. And then you talk to somebody. I was talking to met a lady who grew up in England, and her parents live right outside of Windsor.
Lynn, distract you, but Kimberly just sent us a quick note and everything. And I was actually going to mention it earlier, but she wanted somebody to definitely mention the fact of what the Supreme Court did recently, where they ruled against Trump because of the Dreamers. So a lot of folks that are immigrants here in this area, particularly from the Latin American countries, because that's a lot of how they were able to stay in this country, will be glad to hear that news. It's actually one of two Supreme Court news that I think shocked people, because a lot of people were shocked by the ruling on the trans folks as well, in terms of orientations and things of that nature, because it's a very people are thinking it's a conservative court, but apparently some of the conservative judges are ruling in what some people may consider a more liberal-like fashion. So just definitely wanted to share that news for folks that are listening from around the world, because I know a lot of times folks hear the bad news and the more conservative things that are going on. So it's good to get some good news from the court on this case.
It was wonderful news. Yes,
it is wonderful news. I as you may have guessed when I was talking to Sasha, my daughter and daughter-in-law live in Canada. Of course, they're gay. I also have a gay brother, so I really I'm really pleased to hear that they're now like people are fighting for with the protests. They're hopefully going to get all of the same rights that everybody else had and has for years. So
this pawn is equal to this pawn.
That's
doesn't matter what the color is.
Yeah, it doesn't make any difference what the color is, Jim. You're absolutely right. What does make a difference is what size they are, and then you just have to go out and get yourself a patch.
Well, Lynn, segueing back to you're talking about Germans and how important that was in the early part about the development of his country. You have to go to a class before you get to first grade. What's that class?
Yes, I know. It's a German word, kindergarten.
Kindergarten.
Yep.
So it's been a huge influence, and it wasn't until World War I that people started to think, oh, I don't want to be, and they started to change their names from the German-sounding names to more Anglo-Saxon-sounding names.
Well, the good news is we didn't imprison people from the German with German heritage like we unfortunately did with the Japanese in World War II, which was really sad. So anyway,
Namaste.
Namaste.
And Michael is joining us from Nigeria. And good evening, Michael. How are you doing today?
Yes.
Thank you for letting us call you Michael.
I'm good.
Michael, we can't hear you. Can you
Thank you, G.
Get started.
Yeah.
Oh, that was a shame.
As a connection problem, or maybe
so we not in South Africa, but we tried to connect a lot of countries in Africa, and there's a difficult bandwidth issue they are facing.
Sure.
Generally, And I believe that, I mean, if you don't have a bandwidth, Lynn, how will you work from home?
How would you, if you don't have the bandwidth?
If you don't have a bandwidth right now, it's
you
difficult
can't.
to work.
You
Yeah.
can't.
So I'm surprised. I mean, I know that they are little behind our countries, but internet is something which is very crucial, and that's what I'm discussing on our show. That whenever you fill a form, you have to mention how good bandwidth you have, or maybe in your office at your home, because that gives you a lot of resource value, and also a lot of tool to work on a lot of things which you can do or which you can't do. So
Well,
bandwidth is something very crucial.
The current method of delivering bandwidth, the infrastructure, is very expensive, because even if you want fast bandwidth with fiber through a fiber network, deploying the fiber network is very expensive. So the thing that we were talking about the other day about Elon Musk. Being able to deliver bandwidth from satellites is going to be very important to
But then I'll tell you what happened. Facebook did a social experiment with the glider, which is having a solar panel, and the glider is not using any fuel. And that glider, I think it's without man. I mean, it's a robot-made glider or something. I don't. It's been more than a year or so, and the glider flew around the world and just sharing the bandwidth to wherever he's flying.
That's interesting, but how long?
Yeah.
So they took almost like 24 days or so, 25 days to use that glider without doing any stoppage. They just stopped at a couple of places just to repair or something, and then it was flying like anything, and it was using all solar energy and doing it like that, because sun never sleeps. It's just that we have days and nights in our country, but sun is always available, and that's what satellites and that's what astronauts and space people use. They use a lot of solar energy and they have a lot of solar based tools whenever they go out on space. So that was the idea, to utilize solar and then provide bandwidth or good bandwidth to the world.
Right, which is a great idea.
It's a terrific idea, but the sun gives us static too.
Yeah.
And that's why that there is one more story that China is coming up with a man-made moon, so that they have to get with the energy and all those things, and that moon will provide a lot of energy and a lot of light during the night time.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Yeah. So far.
So if you Google and
computer technology, what do you think of this whole controversy around 5G? Because some people are concerned about 5G and so
5G is a difficult at this stage because there are a lot of policy-driven issues. But once 5G is in our life, you will be monitored every second. You can't, because you are using all those 5G-enabled devices, and it's easy to track anyone at any point of time. I mean, I'm talking about the 5G bulbs to the 5G televisions to the 5G mobiles, laptops, everything. And 5G works like this. I've used 5G when I was in Korea for a couple of hours. I was going. It was a business trip basically, and I used 5G. So I wanted to upload a file from Delhi airport, which didn't happen. So I said, okay, I'll do it in Korea. And when I started and uploading the file, and just wink of a second, the file got uploaded, and I was like, what happened? Because that file was around 1.5 GB, and it took generally a lot of time. But so I have to cancel and I have to redo it, and I was checking. It just took, I think, 3 seconds or 5 seconds to upload 1.5 gig file on a portal, and I was surprised. And then I have checked that they have 5G is like 1 GB per second. That's what the speed they claim, which is amazing.
Yeah, but Big Brother will be watching you. Is Mark's point. And
yeah.
But don't you have to have compatible devices to be able to upload stuff from 5G?
So for 5G compatible devices, you need to have those 5G applications. But to use the 5G internet, you can use it in any device. But if you want to use 5G application, for that you need those devices.
Okay. Okay.
because it's difficult to upgrade all the devices to 5G maybe from next year onwards. It's
Mhm.
not possible. We don't have any budgets to do that. And I'll tell you one more thing. I'm not sure about what's happening in US, but around the world, you see that a lot of ATMs are not working, and they said that it's a temporary problem or service is not available, something like that. Have you seen that problem?
Yes, especially AT&T, one of our biggest service.
No,
It
I'm
really
talking about
depends
ATM.
on where you are.
I'm talking about ATMs, ATM machines, bank ATM.
Oh,
They
Yeah.
just go down because of some problem. It says service not available, server is down, and things like that. Blah blah blah. It
That
happens
happened to
in
me last
India. It
week.
happens in a lot of places. I'm not sure about US, but that problem is about compatibility because a lot of ATM machines they are using old operating systems,
correct.
Right.
and now the world is into a new system, and then we have new nodes and new features, and that machine is not compatible to use those things, and that's why the ATM is down, and they need to have some kind of a budget to upgrade that, which they don't have. In India, we are using ATMs which are using Windows 98, and you can't believe Windows 98 is running an ATM machine in 2020. It's difficult for anyone to survive. So that's why most of the ATMs are not working, and they are upgrading it because they don't have a budget. To upgrade a machine with a license, it costs you around $100 or maybe more than that. And to do it in thousands and millions, it's a big budget.
It's a
Yeah,
big
it is a big project.
Yeah, that's
Yep.
definitely what's
Yep.
going on. Hey,
Michael, how's your mic working now?
Jim, I don't have that problem. See, my problem is that, well, I did have the money back in order for the dollar store
totally.
and things of that nature. But my joke that I used to tell folks was, with the ATM, I have ATM cards, but whenever I put the card in the ATM card,
There's no money.
the machine would start laughing because it's like, you ain't got no money. Why are you trying to put the card in me? You have no money in here. Why are you trying to put the card in me?
And that clearly suggests that Mark believes in cash and not cards.
Yes. And that's
So
why
I started
financial
laughing.
fitness.
Like, no.
That's why you need to be money masters, man.
Money masters.
So we need to hear from Michael.
Yes, Michael, can you hear us now?
There might be some.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yes.
Hello, everyone. Can you guys hear
Hello,
me?
how you doing, Michael?
Can you hear me? Good,
Yes.
good.
Hear you loud and clear.
I'm fine, Mark. How are you?
I'm doing good. What's
Good,
happening
thank
in
you.
your part of Africa?
Hello,
You're over
Shepherd.
there
Hello,
in
Jim.
Nigeria, if I remember correctly.
Tell us about what's going on in Nigeria,
You
Michael.
said what's happening in Nigeria?
Yes.
Well, just what's trending now is just the rape case. You know, rape, how they rape women and kill them. That's just a few trends. Then some are just about the coronavirus, how it's on the increase and stuff, coming down. Just those two for now. You can remember. They're really trending in the country.
Gotcha.
Hmm.
I'm always curious, what do people think from Nigeria about our current leader in the White House? Because I've heard from people in Germany, I've heard from people in Australia, but I haven't really heard from my African friends. So what do they think of the current person occupying the Pennsylvania Avenue?
Mark, why are you so concerned about this man?
No, I'm just curious because it's a world issue. So I'm just curious as to what the rest of the world thinks of him.
That's not an issue. It's an election time, so you have to bear that thing, and you have
It is an
to
election time.
be a part of that campaign.
Well, all I can say is some folks like him, some don't. But if you ask my own opinion, I kind of like Trump. I know he's kind of, I'm looking for a word to use. I notice he doesn't like holding to his faults. He likes it to be above everybody, and he doesn't accept his faults and his mistakes. But he's a blunt person, which I know, and I think he's trying to build that American dream again. That's what he's working on. But apart from that, some people don't like him because of the immigration laws and stuff he brought up against Africans coming over. But the rest, I think is good.
Yeah, that's
So,
different.
Michael, a quick question: can we see Africa as next America?
Can we see what?
Ah,
Can we see
don't go
Africa?
there. I can't. Don't go there. Don't go there. Don't. Let me tell you. Let me share you. Let me share a joke. Let me share a joke.
So, because America is one of the biggest continents, okay? And if you talk about Africa, there are 52 countries,
Yeah.
and in
Right.
America, 50 states. So you can compare America and Africa, and if we can
Yeah.
build Africa, and if we can we can create the best of the infrastructure in Africa, I think there is no movement from Africa to America, and people will go to Africa to for the Africa dreams.
I'm actually trying to find a book that I just got recently. I wish I had got it from the dollar, but there is a talk about people that want to have businesses, particularly African Americans, and have businesses go back to Africa and do some business development in Africa. And of course, there was this gentleman, Marcus Garvey, who was very big on that concept. So I was just wondering, how is it going in Nigeria? Is there a lot of push to try to get more Americans or African Americans to invest in Nigeria? I know there's pushes in like Ghana and some other countries.
Mark, yes, the government is actually working on policies that will favor especially Black Americans to come into Nigeria and invest. But like now, the Chinese are like occupying a large space already in the economy. But we'll try to see if our brothers, like the African Americans, can come home and invest. And I think it's a good one, yes.
Yes, but you just put your finger on it. China has been way ahead of the United States in investing in Africa.
Yes. Actually, I'm a farmer. I went to inspect some plots of land I wanted to use for agriculture. So getting to that community, I noticed that the Chinese have taken 5,000 hectares of land already.
Yes.
Do you understand? And about to acquire another 5,000 acres of land.
Yes.
So I was talking to somebody. I was like, these Chinese are everywhere. Do you understand? And it's a free trade zone. So they want to take over that state. It's the next state from my own.
Hey,
Well-
Ankit, I got a question for you. Do you know who's way ahead in terms of developing a lot of property in, I would argue, the Carolinas, but definitely up and down the East Coast? Because every time I turn around, there's new developments. I know Cary's got an active population and everything, but can you guess who's doing a lot of development in the United States?
Yes.
I know about it. You're talking about Indians.
Yes.
I know that question is coming up soon.
Well, I won't ask Lynn this because he's not a movie guy. But Mark, you ever see the movie Blade Runner?
I've seen it.
You've seen Blade Runner? But
Yeah.
because back in those days, we thought Japan was going to own everything.
True. Back in my real estate days, in the late 70s and the early 80s, Japan was basically buying pretty much all the large office buildings in the major cities in New York, in Los Angeles. They owned a good portion of Hawaii, things go in cycles.
I agree.
But Lynn and Jim and Mark, as we're talking about Africa, so I'll tell you something. What I've experienced is that if we are doing any business in the world, that business is not possible without something with Africa. Can you guess what is that?
Well, there's
What is
so
that?
much resources there. It's a
A cup of
gold.
coffee. A
What's
cup
that?
of coffee.
Oh,
A
Cup of coffee.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's true.
Because Africa supplies coffee and food to the world.
of course.
And you can
Yeah,
do a
it's true.
business with a cup of coffee, and that's how business runs. But still, Africa is still a little far behind from what other continents are doing, and somehow we need to. As that's what I was discussing yesterday on a show. I don't remember the topic, but what we need to do is that if we seriously want to create infrastructure, we have to pick one country or one state and develop a lot of infrastructure within 1 year, and then move to the other state or other country. so that we can have a uniformity around the world. But what we are doing, we are investing wholesale in one country or one state or one city. Then we are not talking about the other thing, and that is the cause of a problem. And then once that city is built, people will go and grab those properties, and that's why a lot of Chinese and Indians are there buying those properties.
Yeah, that's very true. Hey, Mike, I got a question for you. Another one, and this has to do with food. It's lunchtime, and I've got food on my mind and everything. But I've eaten Ethiopian food, I've eaten Kenyan food, and I've had some food from Zimbabwe. What? So 3 parts of Africa, 3 separate countries. But if I was to get a meal from Nigeria, what would that meal incorporate? Like, what is the popular food in Nigeria? Because, like I said, they have different styles. Ethiopian, it was very much eating with your hands and everything, which I definitely enjoyed, and definitely it was some good food that I had from Kenya. Because actually, I'm friends with the whole family that owns one of our major Kenyan restaurants in Durham. So, just in terms of Nigerian food, what would I get if I was to get somebody to maybe from your farm? So, what kind of food would I get if I was to get something from Nigeria?
Oh, okay. First of all, the common food that every foreigner can eat first is jollof rice. We call it jollof rice. It's rice being cooked straight with palm oil, tomatoes, pepper, a lot of ingredients. Mix it, and it has this unique taste and look. That's the first food I will introduce you to look for and eat from Nigeria. Then the next one is eba. We call it eba and egusi soup. It's one of the most delicacies we show foreigners when they come around. So this eba is been made with starch. It's been made with starch. That's cassava tubers being grinded and turned into what we call gari flakes. Yeah. Then it's been prepared with hot water. It comes out with that unique lump. Let me use that word, lump.
Yes.
But it's good. It's a good food. And you can see it's made of melon seeds and with palm oils, other ingredients. Then we add leaves. You can add any kind of vegetable leaves to make that soup spicy.
Yeah.
So those are the 2 foods I can suggest to you. Jollof rice, number 1. Then the second one is eba and egusi soup.
Okay.
Sounds good. Jim, when are we going over there to get that food? And when are you delivering it, Lynn?
Yeah.
I thought Michael was going to say the most favorite food in Nigeria was McDonald's.
Oh.
So.
No.
But where do you get your protein? How do you get your protein? Because I hear rice, beef, cassava. But where do you get your protein?
Yeah. Well, actually, the food that contains protein alone is just beans.
Yes.
But these 2 are just starchy foods, and
yes.
Normal food you can easily introduce and can be easily eaten.
Yes.
By anyone.
Yes.
You understand? But when it comes to beans, our proteins are just beans.
When you talk about peppers, are they hot peppers or are they sweet peppers? What kind of peppers do you have?
Hot chili peppers. Hot chili peppers are the peppers we talked about. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, very hot. And in case you want to make an order, Mark, I advise you tell them to give you a little hot chili pepper, because if you eat it normally, it's very spicy.
Yeah.
So you're gonna need
water. We
forewarned. Yes, lots of water.
Yeah, plenty of water. Yes. Yeah. By the side. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. But you could,
so Michael, do you have
water by the side.
Or do you have more peppers? Different varieties of peppers you have in Nigeria?
Do we have the type of peppers we have?
Yeah.
chili peppers.
Oh,
No. So I'm talking
we have
about
chili
do you have
pepper.
one variety of peppers or do you have multiple variety of peppers?
If we're ordering for peppers, come again, please.
So I said you said you have chili
Come
peppers.
again. Nick.
You have chili peppers in Nigeria. Do you
Yes.
do you have different varieties as well, or do you just have chili peppers?
Oh, we have different varieties of peppers. A lot. I was doing it the other day, and I was getting the local names, but could not get the English names.
Yeah.
So we have like 5 peppers. We call them the atado, which is the normal hot chill pepper. Then we have the arudo. Then we have a lot.
Lynn,
We have a lot. We have also
throughout
the avocado is kind of the fresh pepper.
Yes.
And I'll tell you something. So we have different varieties of peppers in India, starting from a pepper which is sweet and a pepper which is too hot. Okay, and now we have what we do is we have a pepper snack, and we roast that pepper and put some lemon and just serve it. And on the other side, we have a big pepper which is like a watery pepper which is not that hot. So we put some potatoes and fill it, and then fry it with some of the flour we have, yellow flour we have, and then just eat it.
Well, Lynn, I think if you put some Nigerian peppers in Scrabble, you got a winner.
Oh, that sounds like a good winner. Yeah, it'd be hard to be everything, and he'll need even more than that. But Michael, I got another question for you. Do you know what 3? And Jim might agree with me because he's all the way on the West Coast. But I know here on the East Coast, particularly in North Carolina, you know what the 3 most popular specialty grocery stores are?
No, I don't.
Well, the specialty grocery stores.
Specialty grocery stores here that are really popular are usually the ones that are connected to the Latin community, like things like Compare or things like that. Things that are connected to the Chinese community, even though coronavirus,
Asian grocery stores.
certain things going on, those are very popular. And the third one that a lot of people go to, because there's one not that far from me, is the African grocery stores, because there's a lot of those here in this area as well.
Oh wow, yeah. And here I thought
Wow.
Ingredients, Mark.
Wow.
Oh,
I thought it was Harris Teeter.
Wow.
So that's where you go to buy the expensive stuff.
Yeah.
That's where you get your discounts from. Jim, do y'all have the same thing in California, where there are a lot of these specialty stores that you get a lot of
We have
discounts there?
specialty stores, and then we have, of course, Whole Foods, which my friends call Whole Paycheck.
Right.
Yeah, right.
Because you can buy anything expensive around where I live in Silicon Valley, because there's that kind of market. But there are definitely markets that specialize to specific cuisines, specific ethnic delicacies.
Mhm.
So that is also a big thing here.
And Mark, I'll tell you, I mean, you were talking about grocery store, but there is a depot called Restaurant Depot,
Wow.
and I have shopped from their depot. Maybe I'm not sure how much I paid to them when I do go for shopping for the restaurant, which we used to have in Edison. And that Restaurant Depot is as big as Walmart, and they have all the varieties. And that's more for B2B restaurants and grocery stores. And you have anything from anywhere, be it Chinese store, African store, Latin store, Indian store, whatever it is, everything is there available. And we used to, so on one go, I used to buy stuff for around maybe $5,000 or maybe more than that on one shopping. And we used to go at least maybe once or twice a week.
Wow.
Wow. Hey, Michael, you are a podcaster, and
Yeah.
you do your
Yeah.
missionary work there through the podcast. Do you have a big microphone that you speak into? Because we were talking about them earlier. Because Rakesh has a big microphone, and RT, who was on, has a big microphone, and poor Lynn and I are stuck with our computers, and Sasha is stuck with our computer audio. What do you use?
Well, I have a big mic as
You do?
well, and this is it over here. Is this long?
Ah,
This is it.
Okay.
This is my I use. So, but I just started using it recently, and I'm trying to see how to work with my iPhone. You remember I told you I do the recordings with the iPhone.
Yes.
Yeah, you understand, but I've not gotten it to work, but it works perfectly on the system. So if you notice on the PC, it's clear. But when I'm trying to record with an iPhone, it's really difficult. So I use the mic from the iPhone to do the recordings.
And also, Jim, to add on Michael's discussion, we are soon starting a show with Michael on Fridays around 9 a.m. EST. We are still on a discussion about the format and other things, and also how Michael will shoot it because of the bandwidth thing. But the show may be soon live from next Friday onwards.
Awesome.
What will the show focus on? Will it focus on your missionary work, on religion, or will it focus on Nigeria? What's the focus going to be?
We'll be focusing on life generally. It's like, where it's about the mind. Questions you have that you don't know how to ask them, or you're scared to ask. You understand? Like some questions about religion, about anything in general, and you need an answer to that question. So it's a platform where you just come in, you pop in your question through the social media handles. We select those questions and come online live with guests to talk about that issue, that particular question or problem. But here we don't judge anybody. We try not to judge anybody. We just being straight, express love everywhere, and that's just it.
That's great, Michael. And I'd like to say, you're making me feel better because Mark is a big star, and I'm a rookie. I was thinking of myself as the rookie, and now you're the rookie. So I got promoted.
Thank you.
So we will help you in any way.
But it's good. Yeah, great.
They've helped me at IBM TV so much because Mark was
Thank you.
a pro from the get-go, but I was a rookie, didn't know anything, and they're helping me, and we will help you.
Yeah, definitely. And after a while, he'll be the pro. He'll be the superstar.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. And one thing about that show, I refused. Come again?
No, we're waiting to hear what you had to say.
You were saying something. I didn't get me.
Oh.
Oh, okay. About the show, I to put it under religion. You understand what I mean? I wanted something where everyone can interact.
Yes.
We get to learn.
Yes.
Mark, you can have a question that has been on your mind for years, and probably you don't know who to ask or how to go about it. Likewise, Mr. Jim, Aked, and Shepherd, I know there are questions in our hearts that we don't have answer to those questions. And at times you're scared that if you ask those questions, you might be judged. So we're not trying to religion, we're just trying to solve issues.
Good for you.
Stop them. And you're trying to get help from it. And we want it to be anonymous. You don't need to tell us who you are. We don't need to give out your name. We could say, okay, from this country or from this city, but we don't give out names so that we can hide your identity and be able to discuss at large that particular question.
Well, it sounds like a great idea, and I can't wait for you to shatter so many of the stereotypes, because I hate to say it, but there's still a lot of stereotypes out there about Africa that have been out there for decades. I think everybody here can agree with me on that. And a lot of people, I've even got education friends, and I've done some grading of testing papers. And I can tell you there are kids that still think that Africa is a country in and of itself and not a continent made of several countries. So that's one of the stereotypes. And then the other thing is there's still a lot of folks out there that have what I call the Tarzan mentality of Africa, which is that they think that everybody is still running around like the old movies from Tarzan, and that they're still running that kind of life and everything. That movie was, I don't even remember when that movie, the original one, was made. It had to have been back in probably the 60s or the 50s, but there's still people that have that mentality.
Before Johnny Weissmuller.
Yeah, there you go. There's Lynn coming up with the old references.
Yeah.
But
Well, actually, because I remember when my cousins came back. I have cousins that in America. I have an uncle that's a doctor. Another auntie of mine is a nurse. So when their kids come home for like probably the Christmas season, their friends kind of expect them to have this picture with a gorilla, a lion, or running in the bush, half naked. But they're shocked when they find pictures of good houses, you know, kind of like a developed area, and they'll be like, "Is this really Africa?" And they'll be like, "Yeah, this is Africa." So I told you, we're not like those things you see on the movies. And they'll be like, the one that really amused was when my cousin told her friend that she was coming to Nigeria. The friend said, "Please try have a picture with an elephant. I want to see how it looks like." And my cousin was like, "We don't have elephants in Nigeria."
Exactly.
Well,
There's
Mark
some of those stereotypes that exist. But I will tell you one thing that I miss is I had a friend of mine that before he passed away, he ran an African dance company called the African American Dance Ensemble. Many of you may have heard of that company. It was my friend Papa Chuck Davis, and he ran that company and everything. And he was world renowned and went to Africa, went all over the United States and all over and did performances. And he was a good friend of mine. But I do remember that I worked at the Arts Council in Durham, and they would have these parties. I think they were the coming of age parties and some things like that, and the marriage parties and everything. They would start at like around 10. They might not end till like 6 or 7 that following morning. So there was definitely some great parties. I was a much younger man at those times, but I loved going to those different parties. Like I said, y'all would book the that particular art venue, and like I said, those folks. I know I was supposed to leave because my shift would be at 9, or sometimes it might be as late as 11. But I might stay till 3 or 4 in the morning just because the party was going so well that I didn't want to leave.
Well, Mark, you're more polite than I am because you use the word stereotype, and I would use the word ignorance. And so, Michael, I hope you come on your show and help us with our ignorance about Africa, about Nigeria, and about some of the spiritual qualities that you bring. And you have brought already that I have sensed. And if you bring it to the show and people tune in and watch, and they will, you will help us become less ignorant. So congratulations to you.
Yeah, congratulations on the show. I was wondering, I know you're going to touch on spirituality. I know that you are probably, it sounds like you're a Christian in your own beliefs, but I actually have a friend of mine that lives here who is actually an American. She's an American woman, but she is also a Yoruba priestess. So I know that that is still very popular in your culture, and it's actually even becoming popular in, there is a wave of people that are into more alternative kind of religions, I guess is what I would call them, like Eastern religions and the Yoruba priestesses and things of that nature. I think it's even kind of popular where you are, Jim, that we're seeing more of these kind of rises of alternative kind of religions.
Silicon Valley. Yeah.
Well,
anything.
Yeah, but here, well, in Nigeria here, the religions we have is just majorly 3, which are the Christians, the Muslims, and just the Buddhists. But we call them the traditional religion. That's the only major 3 you can really see here in Nigeria. You understand? But in the city of Lagos, well, I can tell you 50-60% of the economy of the population are Christians. Okay, let me give you 60% Christians, 30% Muslims, then the 10% are the traditional religions. So just 3 major, not like, having Islam, we don't have them here. We just have only 3. And that's what we practice here.
So you're saying that because Yoruba it's one of the tribes, if I remember correctly, that is based in Nigeria, and if I'm wrong, correct me. But so that's not as popular. It's only like 10% of the population, but you do have some folks that still practice that.
Yeah, 10% of the folks still practice that because everywhere you see churches and mosques, but before you get to see those traditional places, it's just very, very, very rare, very, very rare. And I'll just tell you, it's just major. It's just that I get to understand that we have them. Apart from that, if you don't know, you just see them as Christians and Muslims. That's all. Those are like the major one. But I know we still have the traditions because at times I see them on the road, I see them in the market.
Yeah.
They walk around. Just very few. Most of them break away from those traditional religions to either be a Muslim or join to be a Christian. That's how it goes.
That is how it goes. Yeah. And
Learn something
but
new
I
every day.
just
So
want to congratulate you again because I think this is going to be another feather in the cap of the IBM TV. And so I wish you the best.
same here. Wish you the best. I think you'll
Thank
keep
you.
definitely doing
Thank
great. You'll definitely inform
Thank
people
you.
about a lot of things that they don't know. And who knows? Maybe we'll even you'll have to find a way to get some of your Nigerian stars, because I know that there's the whole, as I mentioned the last time that I saw you on, there's that whole Nollywood industry, and of course there's great soccer players there. So who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe we'll see one of them on your show as well.
I watched them in the
Well,
World
I'm
Cup.
going to invite them.
Yeah, good for you.
Wow, thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm going to invite some of them. Yeah, sure, I will. Thanks.
They
Thank you.
had a great showing in the World Cup, and I can't remember it well enough, but that's one of the things. There's pride of country, but we don't want to be we want to be patriots, but we don't want to be jingoists. And by that word, I mean where we think only about our country. We want to be one family, one world, one family, and so
Well, right now, I have no connection. Well, I do have a friend from this country, but for years, ever since Pelé, one of my favorite teams, has nothing to do with America. I've been a big Brazilian soccer fan for years. They still continue to be a big Brazilian soccer fan. They have some amazing players and have always had amazing players. So I'm definitely a fan of the Brazilian soccer team because, and that's not an American team, but I've
But Mark, I'll tell you,
ever since the days of Pelé.
Nigeria is also good with soccer, and I believe Nigeria can beat Brazil in future.
I'm
Does
not
Ni-
surprised. I've seen the Nigerian players. They are very good.
Well,
on the show.
Of
do-
course, I'm
do-
waiting for you folks from India to get up with soccer and less with cricket. We need a good Indian soccer team.
I was just going to ask, do Nigerians play cricket?
Yeah, maybe.
cricket. Yeah. I play cricket.
Oh,
Yeah.
Wow.
It's not just like it's popular. It's not popular. But to be honest, I thought about it and I'm still working on it. I'm trying to see if we could introduce it into our game system. You
yeah.
understand? We do play cricket, but just not that as compared to it's not compared to how it's being played in South Africa, in India, and in the US and the UK. No, but if it's cricket, we do play cricket, but not that much compared. But the training sports here are just football,
Yeah.
basketball. Just those two are the major games that really trend in Nigeria.
Yeah.
But I believe with
Michael,
time I might have
Because y'all had a famous Nigerian player, if I remember correctly,
Come again?
or was he from another country that was in the NBA? Because where was Manute Bol from?
He played for the Golden State Warriors. I should know that, but I don't.
I think he was from the Sudan.
Okay, maybe he was from the Sudan.
Thank you, Lynn.
I remember where he was
Okay.
from.
I was getting embarrassed there.
I'm not sure that I'm right. It might, but I'm pretty sure he was from the Sudan. He played for the 76ers for a long time.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, I have to leave, so I'm going to
Thank
take
you.
my leave. But
Thank you, Lynn.
Michael, good luck with your program.
And Lynn is our sponsor, family.dollarstore.com.
Thank you, Lynn.
And
Okay.
it's coming to India. It's coming to.
Whoa.
He's going to be bringing the dollar store to Nigeria very
Please,
soon.
I would like him to come to Nigeria soon.
Certainly. But Michael, I'm
I
just
like to come to Nigeria, certainly.
I'm just keen to know that if there's a football World Cup, do you support African countries or you just support Nigeria and Brazil?
Good question.
Well, to be honest, you got me there. Well, Like Mark said, I really love Brazil because Brazil, they have stars. But at the same time, I
That's
look
why
at
I told you.
Nigeria as the
I
Brazil of
mean,
Africa.
that's why I mentioned Brazil, because if you ask any football fans in the world, they love their country and they love Brazil, and then all the other countries after that. I mean, you won't believe that in India we are, I think we are somewhere in 90s rank in the football arena. We are not that good as compared to other countries, but we follow Football World Cup and we follow all those English Premier League and all those leagues. Not NFL that much, but Brazil is one of the favorites country we support in India. But
Well,
but when we see African countries playing with so much of energy, I still remember the Senegal debut game on Football World Cup. It was amazing how Senegal played that game, and I think couple of games, and
yes,
that was
yes.
so
I
somehow. I
remember
mean,
this game.
people have those memories that how African country is a small country and they are playing superbly on a world platform on a World Cup, and they are I mean leveling all the best people or best sportsmen in the world.
Well,
How do you feel about
Ankit, in the United States, our women's football team is really, really good. And I live, walking distance to Stanford University, and the women's team was playing Brazil. The women's team was playing the Brazil women's team, and I got to see it, and it was unbelievable. But the turnout, the fan base, which you would think would be heavily U.S., there was a lot of Brazilian support
Wow.
there. Oh, it was amazing how they turned out.
Wow.
Yeah.
And let's not forget that one of the most famous soccer players is
Wow.
was connected to North Carolina, that being Mia Hamm. So she definitely
Yeah,
has
Mia
some
Hamm.
roots.
She was on that team. Yes. And when I saw her play at Stanford, and North Carolina and Stanford fight it out at the collegiate level for who's going to be a soccer champion. And North Carolina is no joke in soccer, in football, in sports, at the collegiate level.
Oh, none at all. And by the way, I just looked it up. Here are some Nigerian players, and I wonder if you know any of these players, Michael. And I'm probably going to butcher some of these last names, but the ones that have played, famous Nigerians that have played in the NBA include Julius Nawasa, who played in 94, 95, Yinka Dare, Michael Alawakanda, Peter Alamu. These are older ones played, but there are some that are current, like Al Farak Amanu, as well as Festus Azeli and Michael Abajeni. So that's just some of the ones that have played. So y'all have had a couple of folks that have crossed over and played in the NBA. And that's just, like I said, a couple of those that were listed. And it says the active ones are Al Faraka, Amanu, Festus Azeli, and Michael.
Tell me which teams they play for.
Hold on a second. It says Al Faraka Amanu was descended from a Nigerian king, and he debuted in 2010 playing for the Clippers. And then he was traded to the New Orleans Hornets, where he played for the next 3 years until he signed a deal with the Dallas Mavericks. And later that year, he signed a contract with Portland, and that's where he plays now. It looked like Festus also played some with Portland, and looks like that's where his last playing was. But he also had some play time with the Golden State Warriors. And American-born Michael Gabajani he played with the Nigerian national team, taking home the gold in the African Championships. And it looks like he's playing for the Pistons D-League affiliate. So definitely they've got some good quality teams that they're playing for sure.
Yeah, Festus had a cup of coffee with Golden State, though. He didn't stay long, I don't think. But yeah, that's great. And a lot of them. I'm not going to be stereotypical here, but they were long and tall, so they were good rebounders, good shot blockers. The guys that you mentioned that I know.
Yeah.
Yep, definitely.
Long and tall.
Long and tall. But I love soccer. That's another sport that I did get into. My cousin, who lived up in Jersey, and I know we had some land that's tied to Pennsylvania in that area, but my cousin went into a military career and is now a consultant, but he lived in Jersey and got me into soccer when he was playing high school soccer and like league soccer around New Jersey and stuff like that. So he got me into that game. Do you know what else my cousin Emmett got me into other than watching soccer?
No.
What else are you into, Mr. Jim?
Yes. Yes.
He got me into chess.
Oh.
He was the first person that introduced me to chess.
Okay, I like him already.
Wow.
Yeah.
How about the chess scene in Nigeria?
Wow. That's good.
Yeah, tell me about the chess scene in Nigeria.
Well, chess is not that popular like other games, but
What?
people prefer. There's a game we call, understand, chess to some people are for the elites and
Yeah.
only few schools.
Yes.
So what is the popular in Nigeria? The popular non-competitive game. We know definitely it's not popular. You got some other games that are played on the sports level, but in terms of games, what is the popular game?
Hi, Jennifer. Good morning.
Well,
Hi, Jennifer.
hi,
Hey,
Jennifer.
everyone.
So Jennifer is joining us from California. And Jennifer, we have Michael from Nigeria. We have Mark from Durham, North Carolina, and we have Jim from Silicon Valley. And I'm Ankit from Delhi. And welcome to IPM TV podcast for Thursday.
Jennifer, where are you from? Where are you from?
Philadelphia, PA.
Philadelphia.
So, yeah.
Philadelphia. Okay.
She's in Lynn's backyard. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
So how are you doing,
Awesome.
Jennifer? And tell us something about yourself.
What's that?
Tell us a little something about yourself.
Oh well, I'm a chess and poker player, and big part of what I do is bringing chess to more girls and women. So that's pretty fun. And this is apparently Podcasters Thursday, so I have two podcasts: Ladies Night and The Grid. Ladies Night is conversations with female chess players, and The Grid is about poker players and their most memorable hands.
But how do you spell night? Ladies' night. What? How do
Yeah,
you
so
spell
the
it?
K-N-I-G-H-T.
Oh,
Like the piece, yes.
Mhm.
You know, ladies' night is every bar has one, but this podcast is a little bit different.
wow, wonderful. And what kind of ladies' night discussion you do on the podcast?
Well, some of the guests that we've had, we actually had Humpy Kineru recently
Oh,
from India. Yes, she's one of the
world
top
famous.
top women players in history, and yeah, we've had the most popular female streamer in the world, Alexandra Botez. She was our premier guest. So yeah, we have a lot of different like top chess personalities and grandmasters.
Well, Ankit is from New Delhi in India, and he wants to know like what are the best women chess players from India, and he's really into the rise of chess in India. And you know, of course, Anand was world champion, and India is just coming up in the chess world. But
I'll tell you, India is one of the. But Jim, I'm not aware much about the chess fraternity and things like that. But I know that we are playing chess since ages in India, and we used to call it Shatranj, and it's playing since we have those kingdoms in India.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure what the current status about the chess in India, but I know that a lot of people and a lot of sportsmen follow chess and they play like anything. But I don't have a clarity about the chess association and things like that. But it picked up in my lifetime when Anand became the world champion, and that's how we came to know.
And that's happened in Norway because of Magnus Carlsen too. That's why I got involved, because of Bobby Fischer. But your focus, Jennifer, is more on women and more on girls. So tell me a little bit about how you're doing your thing to get girls into chess.
Yeah, well, and by the way, it looks like we lost our guest from Nigeria.
Yeah.
Michael
there's always a bandwidth issue in Nigeria, so he'll join back.
Oh, it's a bandwidth thing. Okay, because I'm curious to hear about women in chess in his country as well. But yes, I do a lot. So basically, for my work with US Chess, what I do is I bring chess to girls via like live tournaments and grants. And then I'm also big on like just promoting like the cool accomplishments of female players. As for chess in India, Humpy Kineru is one of the greatest female players of all time. Yeah. She was actually the second. She actually beat Judith Polgar's record for the youngest grandmaster. which is pretty sensational. More recently, though, I think there's a bit of a boom in Indian chess, and that's both in the women's side and in the overall side. There's one player, Pratusha Boda, who was recently in the news for getting her, I believe, her women's grandmaster title. She recently, at least she got like the last norm. I'm looking at her Wikipedia and it hasn't been updated with it yet, but I thought, I was sure I read that she got it. And apparently when she got her last norm, there was like a big party in her city. So it's nice.
It's a wedding. One of our last shows was about weddings in India, and what a big performance they are. So I just slipped that in. But the women in India are advancing, but this is a global phenomenon, is it not, Jennifer?
You mean with more women playing?
More women
playing chess? Yeah. I mean, it's not growing as fast as we would like to, but it definitely is globally, I think, increasing. Yes, definitely.
So Jennifer, if you compare chess with poker, what are the similarities?
Yeah.
Chess and poker, well, both of them require just like, especially now they're kind of converging to become more similar in that chess, you have to study very hard. You study your openings, you come up with like a repertoire and a very like bulletproof strategies. And I think poker is becoming a bit similar to that in the way that you study it using like these programs. That's actually kind of the concept of my podcast, The Grid, because a lot of the programs that poker players now use to hone their craft kind of reminds you of a flattened chessboard, because what they do is they take each possible hand and then they put it in like a square.
Yeah.
Well, Ankit, Jennifer was a former U.S. women's champion, and Jennifer, that's a big deal to me. But how good are you in poker? You're also kind of a fantastic poker player, are you not?
Yeah, well, I'm a professional for Poker Stars, so I'm an ambassador for Poker Stars. By the way, there's an Indian woman on our team. Her name is Muskan Sethi.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I think I pronounced that wrong.
Muskan.
Muskan is her first name. Her last name, Sethi. How do you pronounce that name? It's not Sethi, right?
Can you spell the word, because I'm not sure.
Sethi.
Sethi. Muskan Sethi.
Sethi. Yeah. Okay. That's right. Yes. And she was one of my guests on The Grid as well. So she's quite remarkable too.
Yeah.
Wonderful. And so, what time you do your podcast? What day and what time?
Well, Ladies Night is once a month, and then Grid is like a few times a month, usually like every 10 days. So my husband edits The Grid, and we actually just won a Global Poker Award for the best podcast, which was pretty cool. Wow. Because in poker, the podcast format is very, very popular. Partly because in poker, you can actually learn how to be better at the game just by listening to a podcast, because you can kind of like hear the action and like improve your thought process. In chess, it's a little trickier. Podcasting, my friend Ben Johnson has the most popular chess podcast. It's called Perpetual Podcast. But it's not quite as easy to get better at chess by listening to a podcast. Hello again, you're back.
Yes.
Hey, I'm
back.
So how do I pronounce your first name? Okichukwu?
We say Michael.
Michael. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay, Chukwu. Just say Michael.
He makes it easy on me, Jen.
Okichukwu. Is it Okichukwu? Is that right? No, I messed it up. Okay, Michael. But I just say
you're good. You didn't. No, it's better. It's even better. I prefer yours.
Okichukwu.
It looks like what?
Jennifer Shahadi.
You're good with it. Okay, Chukwu. You're good.
Okichukwu. Yeah, it's not that hard.
No.
You know, it sounds like you. It sounds like it reads. You know.
Yeah. Phonetic. It's phonetic.
Yes, exactly. Phonetic. That's what I meant to say. Okichukwu. So, what's women's chess situation like in Nigeria? That you're from Nigeria, right? Okay.
There'll be a little delay.
Okay. Yes, I'm from Nigeria. Well, chess in Nigeria is okay, but it's not just as popular as other games. The ratio is a small one. Well,
oh no, we lost him.
Yeah.
Maybe he will join back because
Hey, Jim, I'm back. Sorry, but I had too many windows open, so that's why I disappeared. But did he give us an answer to the question of what other games were popular? Because that's when my computer went haywire.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mark. I can't tell you because he was breaking up too. And yeah, so Mark Lee is from North Carolina as well, and he does his podcast, and he's on Mondays on IBM TV. Is that right, Ankit? Did I get that right?
Yeah, and Mark does the podcast, which name is Radio Show on IBM TV.
Yes. Yeah. So it's a simul broadcast. So it's,
Nice.
yeah, it's pretty
So
cool.
it's one of its kind
That's a
radio show
different-
on
yeah.
IBM TV.
What's that?
It's one of its kind radio show on IBM TV.
Very nice. Very nice.
Yeah.
Great to hear.
Yeah, and so that's my ultimate motive here. If getting you on this podcast is to get you to become part of the IBM TV family. We could do a simul broadcast of you doing your podcast. But because everything is changing here on IBM TV. We're adding new shows, like Michael's show is going to be broadcast once we work out the bandwidth issues. And so we just want people with enthusiasm, intelligence, and talking about their passion. And you have poker and chess as your passions. Now, of course, your son, I'm sure is part of your biggest passion in your life right now. But that's what we're looking for. People to come in here with some passion and intelligently talking about their passion. So that's why I thought of you, Jennifer.
Certainly,
Thank you.
certainly, Jennifer.
Thank you.
And
So,
also,
Jennifer, sorry, I'm back again.
what kind of
Tell me about your podcast and what you're all about. I'm Mark, and I do a podcast in North Carolina with a business partner of mine from New Jersey, and I also have a program here on IBM TV. Because after I'd been on this show a couple of times, they were kind enough to recognize some of my skills and abilities, and became one of my big fans and said, "Hey, we need Mark on our show." And then they Mark on our platform, and he recruited me. So I'm now on the IBM TV platform as well as my other platform. So just curious about you and the podcasting world.
And what did you say your podcast was called, by the way, Mark?
It's two of them. I actually have the one here on IBM.TV, which is the radio show with Mark Lee. And that's on Monday afternoons, 2 to 3:30. And they first discovered me on the one that I've been doing for 6 years called Straight Talk with Dean and Mark. So that is on Monday evenings, 7 to 9. And we talk to creatives, activists, entrepreneurs, educators, and with what's going on in the world now, we talk to health people as well because of what's going on in the world.
Nice. And your partner is your partner in that show, and you guys both see eye to eye a lot of the time, or a lot of arguments?
We see eye to eye on a lot of things, but there's some things that we disagree on. He's actually we actually met by the person that created the podcast, and then we did not see eye to eye with her all that much, and that's part of the reason that she vanished, because even in the direction that the podcast was going to go, we didn't see eye to eye. But I'm here in Durham, North Carolina, and he's actually in New Jersey, so he's involved in the prison industrial complex. He's actually a administrator there, and I'm involved in the activist community as well as the media and the arts community down here. So, and I've got a number of friends that are entrepreneurs, as does he, and he's also got he's a member of the NAACP, so he's got some ties to that activist community up there. So,
great.
like I said, a lot of the stuff we agree on, but there's sometimes that we don't always agree, but we just respectfully agree to disagree.
There you go.
Sounds like a great pod. You said he's involved in the prison industrial complex. Do you mean like fighting against its injustices, or he's working in?
That would be more me and my friends. He definitely sees some of the problems with the system, but he actually works in the system. He is actually an administrator and a prison guard.
So he's so he's interested in making it better from inside, and you guys talk about that a lot in your podcast.
We do talk about it quite a bit.
Yeah.
It comes up quite a bit, particularly lately with Black Lives Matters and things of that nature. So it definitely comes up in the conversation. So we actually had a civil rights attorney, Robert Patella, that was on this past Monday.
You notice how Jennifer went right to interviewer mode?
Yeah.
You know how I can roll with that, and I could be either the interviewee or the interviewer. So I'm used to it. I came out of the radio.
Yeah, I know. Me too. And I was before Okechukwu.
And Jennifer, you know that whenever we have to say no to Mark, we have to do like this so that Mark will stop.
That's a good one.
Yeah, that's Calvinet's sign off. Yeah.
So Okechukwu, he cut out, but he was telling me I was very curious about, speaking of interviewing people, I was curious about the situation of chess and particularly women and girls learning chess in Nigeria. But I think there's a little.
Yes, like I was saying.
Oh,
Michael?
Is my mic
yes, your
okay?
mic is fine.
Yeah, it's fine now. Yeah, go ahead.
Is my mic okay?
You're
All right, good. Good. When it comes to chess in Nigeria, it's not that popular compared to the States and other places. I was fortunate to learn chess while I was in secondary school, you understand, like the high school. And we attended competitions, chess competitions. That was where I got to, improve my skills, and I got to understand chess. When it comes to the women aspect, they are not really much. Girls don't really fancy playing chess, like how it's been done in other countries. But it's just low. Women playing chess in Nigeria, it's very low. But honestly, let me use this medium to say what I express my mind. After the first interview I had with you guys last week, which was on Thursday podcast, I noticed everyone coming into the room were chess players. And it really got me to go back, because I left chess I've not played chess for about 15 years now. And so anybody that gets me will really whoop me. I've been out of chess because one, it's not really promoted the way other games are being promoted. And you hardly see chess players, except you reconnect with the old players. So I've had it on my mind. I think I will need to start promoting the chess game here in Nigeria by, first of all, going back to high schools and get connected back to the federation and see how we could start games and tournaments in school, especially in Lake and nationwide. I think that in that way, we could enlighten a lot of people on how to play chess, and they'll really find the game interesting, because when I was playing chess, I found it really, really interesting.
Yes. But Michael, you earlier, before Jennifer joined us, you told me that it's a bit of elitism in Nigeria. So chess is only available to the elite rather than to the school children, for example. And that is what you were saying. Am I correct?
Yeah.
But what about Tani Adewumi?
Yes. Can you
repeat the name, Jennifer?
You were saying that in Nigeria there's a lot of elitism in who gets to access chess, right?
Yeah.
And I was wondering about
chess is not just a normal game like. Yeah. Go on. You're wondering about who? Sorry.
The young man who's the young boy, actually, I think he's almost 10 now. Tani Adewumi. He's like almost 2,200. I think he was born in Nigeria, and then he recently emigrated to the United States. Did you ever come across him? I guess when he learned in Nigeria, he wasn't very strong yet. He kind of got really good at the game in New York City. But this all happened so rapidly. Apparently he learned it at a print shop. He learned how to play chess at a print shop.
Okay, now, you feel like I said, chess is like an elite game. That's for the elites here, because you hardly find players.
Mm-hmm.
You hardly see people playing chess. We have other games that we call Ludo. We have one we call Ludo. We have the one we call Draft. It's like chess, but we don't have those pawns. It's just like seeds all over the tables. It's quite. It's 100% different from chess.
Yeah.
That's a common game you can walk into any place and see. So why I said chess is for the elites is because all my life I've met chess players. I've not seen probably someone just a common. I want to be careful on the phrase I want to use. I've not seen there's a stranger. Let me use that word, stranger, playing chess. You can hardly see the game played. And like, I live in a part of Lagos. It's kind of, if you ask, it looks like a bit remote. You understand? And I was driving by with my wife last week, and I saw 2 guys playing chess. And I told my wife, "Wow, in this place playing chess,
Yeah.
you had." And I said I was going to get connected to those people and with them, so that I will probably we'll use that opportunity to build that chess game. So for that boy, probably he saw two elites playing that game. It's not common. I know what I'm telling you.
Yes.
It's not really common to see the game played. And okay, now I live in a city called Lagos. So Lagos is like a very big city. It's just like New York, the New York of America. So Lagos is like the New York of Nigeria. I didn't learn chess here. I had to learn it in my hometown, Anambra State. It's a different state entirely. And that still looks like remote, but that was where I learned chess. Do you understand? And I learned it because of the school I went to. So I understand what you're saying about, being playing, but that boy was up. And if you notice, he improved his skills when he got to America, because America has that platform.
Right.
Of building people to play chess. That's what happened.
Well, Michael, the EAT Foundation, if you go to eatfoundation.org, you'll see it's Chess Without Borders. So I'm coming after you in Nigeria. I'm going to make you teach. I'm going to have people teaching people chess. All the kids are going to know how to play chess. And if they need sets and equipment, I'll send them to it. So we can change that. That's because when I
Jim, how about
give me the link again.
How about a virtual chess school? How about a virtual chess school by Jim Made, and we can supply chess boards to the world?
Hey, that's my mission. Chess Without Borders. And if you can't, I want to build a community, and I want everybody to join it and build communities through chess. And so if you're part of a community, you're never alone. So let's play chess everywhere without borders. We don't care what you look like. We don't care how tall you are. It's not like basketball where you have to be a certain size. Anybody can play chess. We run the World Championship, the FIDE World Championship for players with disabilities. And anybody can play chess, and they prove it. They proved it to me, and I've watched them do it. So I think whatever the problem is, when I grew up in the United States, I didn't walk and see anybody playing chess. It was not popular. Bobby Fischer won the World Championship, and it became popular. So, it just takes something, a spark, and then you'll light a fire in Nigeria for the chess players to be.
So we're gonna have a whole Nigerian population of chess players. I like the idea, but like I said, we're going to McDonald's and seeing people playing checkers, but not playing chess. They were playing checkers, so we got to get them away from checkers into chess. So I'm sure checkers is popular over there. I got a question for Jennifer, since she was interviewing me and everything, which is this whole thing about poker and everything. Because there's certain games that I am good at. I am not good at poker. For one thing, you have to be able to have that poker face. I can't have the poker face. So, like, if you got those cards and those good cards, I reveal them with my face. So I'm looking at your face. I'm thinking you got a good poker face. So I'm thinking that you're probably
smiling at you, Mark. You're in trouble.
Not knowing what you've got in your hand.
Well, yes, it is a little hard. Maybe you should stick to chess. But here's the thing. Here's the thing about poker. If you get really good and study the game, you kind of start thinking about what hands you could have, not just what you have. And then maybe your poker face won't be as bad because you're kind of like absorbed in like something else, not just like your desires to win the hand.
There you go. Good advice, sir.
That's a good tip.
I like that advice. Now, I remember there was a time that poker was very popular. There was a show called Up All Night or something like that.
That's right. Right.
I did used to watch that. I think it was set in Vegas, and it was a woman host, and she would definitely the poker players were mostly men, but the commentator was a woman, and I think that's part of the reason people stayed up at 2 o'clock in the morning was to see her in kind of like that wrestler girl kind of mentality and everything. Not so much watching the poker players. That's just my take on it. But I remember that show being popular, like maybe in the 2000s or something around that time.
Yeah,
So
poker after
is
dark.
that show still on? And are there a lot of women that are playing poker?
Yeah, there are a decent amount of women playing poker. It's probably similar to chess. There's maybe more women poker players than women. No, actually, I'd say it's pretty close because the thing about chess is that there's a lot of girls who play, and girls can't play poker. It's illegal, right? It's for only adult women. So that really helps because I think that in chess we're seeing this boom of girls chess. In poker, it's hard because I guess women have more of like responsibilities sometimes with childcare and housework. So it can be difficult to have the time to go play in a live casino environment. But that's why it's nice. There's also online options.
Yeah, and that's what I was going to
Jennifer,
ask.
we have
Options
Alexandra
are probably more popular than the other kind of options that are out there just because it's easier to do. And I'm going to say that I went for the first time ever. I've always wanted to go further out west to like California. Still want to get out to California. But about a year and a half ago, I went for the first time ever to Las Vegas. And the first thing I noticed about Las Vegas was as soon as you step off the plane, they're waiting for you. So they've already got the poker machines sitting there. They've got all the gambling machines. So they are waiting for you. They're ready to take your money as soon as you step off the plane. I'm sure the same thing at the bus terminal and the train station. So they've got it planned. So like I said, even if you are not a gambler, and I don't consider myself, well, I do fantasy football. So I guess in that sense, I'm a gambler, but not a card gambler. And even if you're not one, they're going to sucker you into playing. So I'm not going to lie. I did play the slots a couple of times while I was there, and I lost. But I played the little slot machine, and I think I might have even played one of the poker slot machines. So I'm thinking that online might make poker even more popular. What are your thoughts on that, Jennifer?
Oh, well, yeah. Well, first of all, I love Las Vegas, so your description makes me miss it. Actually, though, I'm not really much of a gambler. I just like to play poker and see my friends, and I think Vegas is one of the most beautiful cities in America. It's very like picturesque. There's so many hiking trails. The food is amazing. They got all the best restaurants. So yeah, I really miss it because I usually go there every year. But it kind of also kind of makes me think of how grateful I am to have had all those experiences. And this year of no travel, I can at least look back on them fondly. You know, and I noticed that we have a new guest.
Yeah.
Yes,
So
Alexander has
we have
rejoined us.
Alexandra, and he is a part of IBM family, and he is a chess master, and he also a poker specialist. And Alexandra, you know Jennifer? She's the
I
former
met him
chess-
at once in Toronto. Yes, I remember. Of
Okay,
course.
okay.
In Toronto. Hello. Yeah, you did.
How
look
are you?
familiar. How's it going? Good to see you.
Oh, I love your and Yasser and Morris commentaries during these tournaments that recently were held. And I'll tell you, my impression is that the commentaries are way more interesting and joyful than the games themselves. I'm not trying to sound critical about these chess games, of course. They're under a very fast time control or so on, so there are mistakes or so on. But that's not important. The commentaries, that's what makes it experience. Without that, there would be just a bunch of moves. Some of them are very good, some of them are not so good. But that's, you see, I appreciate that these tournaments are being held because right now it's very critical time in overall chess, classical chess, of course, but all forms of chess. And if you read, I don't think that you did, but maybe there was an article by Genna Sasonko on a site chessnews.ru. It's in Russian. And I talked to him a week ago, and I asked him if he would like to have this article translated into English. He was very hesitant, and then at the end of the day, he said that probably not, because there are some controversial thinking about the chess and its future and its present, of course, too. And basically, he's saying that The major question now is whether the weekend there to 2021 will be held. If it will be held, then there could be return to normal classical chess, and if not, then he's very skeptical of the future of classical chess. So that would leave us basically with all these online tournaments. But even online tournaments, he's saying that because of cheating, and regardless what all sites like chess.com and others are claiming that they found a way to prevent cheating, of course, we all know that it's impossible in the next 750 years. And without that, it's very suspicious activities. I want to tell you myself, I experienced it yesterday. I played on chess.com. Someone, what my rating is about 2200. So I played somebody 2450. I lost 3 games in a row. And of course, he's simply much stronger player than I am. That's fine. So I went down to play some 1900 players. Okay, I beat him a couple of times. He challenged me again. And here's something happened. He's playing first move a4, then h4, then a5, h5, some meaningless moves, absolutely. So after opening, I had not winning the close position. Then all of a sudden things started to change. His moves became way much stronger. He was able to consolidate his position. And not only a few moves later, I didn't have any advantage, but I couldn't even see how to continue and how to at least hold the position. After I lost that game, plus 3 more games. So I knew that the guy is using the engine. His rating was 1900. And he was doing it as a demonstration that, okay, here we are. This is the real world. I will cheat, and there is nothing you can do about that, and so on. So what Gina Sasonka wrote in his article is that he hopes that the cheating is not yet into elite games, and then he put in brackets, although let's see. Well, so let's take hypothetical situation where there's a tournament of, say, 12 players. And those who will take first to 10th place are continuing into the next tournament, and the guy who is 11th and 12th are eliminated and will not get invitation to the next tournament, and therefore they will not get their prizes, and they and their family will suffer financial consequences of that. So on. There is a great temptation if in the last game the guy who is in 11th place plays the guy who is in 10th place. And he will try to do anything possible and impossible to win. And it's very difficult to fight the temptation to use engine, even not during the whole game, but at least in a couple of moves which are critical to outcome of the game. And furthermore, he could convince him doing so because he would think that, well, if I'm not going to do it, then the guy who is in 10th place and who wants to draw or win the game, he may use some kind of engine and help himself. So, okay, so even if I will use the engine here and there, so he probably also will do that. At least we're on an equal footing, and I have a fighting chance. So if that happens, there is no way to detect it, and this is a huge threat to chess game. I don't care online, offline, elite players or not so elite players. This is a huge thing, and this is one of the reasons why I've invented the contest where cheating is impossible and where everyone has a chance. Because what makes poker so popular, and it's on TV, it's everywhere, that everyone has a chance. Unlike in chess, where don't only you don't have any chance when you play highly strong and high-rated players, but even if you play equal players because of the cheating, your results are highly unpredictable and maybe much worse than otherwise. So at least in this form of chess, there is everyone has a chance. The prizes can go to a large family of chess lovers, chess players chess enthusiasts, they all have chances to win, like in poker. So therefore, the chess as a process by itself will become way much popular than in the present form. So last Saturday we had a first-time contest on IBM TV. We had Grandmaster Shirov played the Grandmaster Mikhail Marin from Romania. Shirov won the match 1.5 half. And we had about 100 participants, and they all had a good time. We had some about 8 prizes. They're not large. The first prize was $50 and so on. But at least everyone had a chance to win. There was no cheating. There were commentaries. There were hints of a stockfish on the screen. So you don't have to hide and use your chess programs. It's right on your screen. So you can use that. And when Garry Kasparov endorsed this activity, and he commented and did his predictions during the final match between Wesley So and Alexander Kostyanyuk. It was very joyful experience. And right now I'm preparing the World Championship for move predictors. So I'm trying to not to get anything away from elite and from chess overall, because let's see the chess overall financial structure is, I would estimate, as $10 million a year, including World Championship match, etc. I want to create another addition to that, so to increase prize funds available to chess lovers, but to have a competition where everyone has a chance, just like in poker.
Sounds good.
Sasha, what you're talking about is a brilliant idea, and your show is on Saturdays. What time is it?
It's at 3 o'clock, but the contest, there were a couple of technical things that I have to take care of. So the next contest will be most likely on 27th of June. And I will have to pair Shirov against someone else. And I don't know if anybody else wants to play Shirov, because it's not a very pleasant experience. However,
I can vouch for that.
Yeah, I have a couple of players who want. Also, I would like to get more women playing these matches, but with women, it's more difficult because they're more cautious than men, and because it's on their faces are on screen, so they have to look certain way, and so they have to prepare themselves. And I told many times a story about when I was in an event, and there was a lady, a singer, and she sang one song for 3 minutes. She was paid $750, and I was quite surprised to learn that for 3 minutes somebody can make $750. And I actually asked her how she can justify $750 for a 3-minute song. She said, "Oh my God, you're crazy. You don't understand what you're talking about. I have to get up in the morning. I have to do my hair. I have to do makeup. I have to to choose my dress. I have to do so many things. I have to get a driver who will drive me to this event. I have to show up, and everybody will see me. So my song is worth maybe $25, but the fact that I had to come and appear and do all that, that's $750. I have to be paid twice as much, maybe even 3 times."
Yes,
So
Sasha.
that's
Sasha,
how she justified it.
You have a love of chess. You have a love of gambling. I know.
Yes, I do.
Jennifer is not only a great chess player, but she's also a great poker
Yes.
player. Which
Yes, she is.
Yes, and so
Absolutely.
I wonder. Sasha is also a great musician. And Jennifer,
Thank
do you have any musical talents?
No, unfortunately, I don't.
Oh,
I didn't
that's
study.
where the similarities end.
Yeah, maybe when I was a kid, I could have tapped into something, but I haven't been very a natural in anything musical, whether it's dance or trying to sing or even listening for notes. So
Hey, Jennifer, how similar do you think chess and poker are? Because, like I said, I've noted they're both brain games, and I'm actually pretty good with chess. Don't think I'm all that good with poker, as I said. But just in your mind, since you're a master at both of them, how similar do you find the games to be? And this is my question for everybody. Is there any game out there that you haven't mastered that you would like to learn? Like, I remember growing up, folks were into cribbage, and I've always thought that was a fascinating game, and I might want to get a cribbage set and try to learn it, even though I don't even know what a cribbage set looks like.
Yeah.
So Mark, I will start as a rookie basically because they are a professional. So when we talk about poker, I would like to play poker with friends so that we can earn, because it's not good to play with family. And chess we can play with family because there is no money involved.
Well,
Jennifer, I'd like to ask you one question. Among many other talents that you have you ever tried investing, and what is your experience with that?
Me?
Yeah.
I do. I guess I've always taken the advice that my time is valuable in the things that I'm good at. So with investing, I usually do the passive route with the index funds. As also, I've been Rex Sinkfield's chess coach for many years, and so I asked his advice, and he tells me that. So it's just, it especially makes sense if you're not in that industry, because then you just passively invest and you don't spend any time thinking about it, rather than trying to like do research when you could be spending that time doing something that adds more value to the world. So that's always been kind of my approach. I mean, I've gotten I learned a little bit about crypto from my time in poker, but I didn't really dive deep into it like many poker players did. But I'm excited about the fact that there are these creative ideas to approaching like the future of money. So yeah, if that answers your question.
Well, there's a great similarity between investments and poker, and actually chess. Yesterday I had my program about investing, modern investing with Sasha. And actually, I'm very proud of the program because I watched it again after it was recorded. And I'll tell you, if I would do it again, I would do it exactly the same way, because everything what I said in that program is 100% right on. However, what I have to mention,
I did notice one difference though between chess and poker in my mind, and y'all can correct me if I'm wrong, but chess seems to be a very universal game, meaning that it doesn't cost that much to get a chess set, it doesn't cost that much to learn the game, things of that nature. Poker to me seems to be a little bit more, and excuse me if I'm saying this wrong, Jennifer, but to me sometimes it seems to be a little bit more elitist, particularly competitive poker, because I don't see that many people of diversity in the game the way I do with chess. So is that just me looking? Because I don't see that many, like on the competitive, like when I watch it on TV, I don't see that many minority poker players.
but
I don't think so. I mean, I think poker is picking up now.
Huh?
Anybody want to take the question?
Oh yeah, I just wanted to say, in some ways I agree, because in poker, you need to have a certain amount of money, and if you don't have that, then it's very difficult. Like, that's a barrier to access, kind of like in investing. But compared to like investing, the amount is a lot lower. So you could have like $10,000 bankroll and start playing a lot of poker games. You couldn't like have $10,000 and really start investing very seriously. Maybe you could. I don't know. Maybe there's micro. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Maybe there's a big site where you can really manage that. A smaller bankroll and actually learn a lot. But in poker with live, you might need something like 10K minimum. But online, you can even have $500 or $100 and just play what we call micro tournaments to build it up. So the barrier to entry is higher live. And part of that is the economics of poker, because you need to hire dealers and a floor manager and all that. So if you're having people pay for very small amounts, you're not going to be able to afford the staff to set the game up. But I agree with you that that's unfortunate that poker has that barrier to entry, especially live. Are there minorities that play poker? Yes. It's very popular in Asian communities. Many people think the greatest poker player of all time is Phil Ivey, who's a black man. So there's some representation, but it's not as high as we would like it to be. And a lot of that has to do with the economic realities that we're living with in America. Yeah.
But what's interesting, Jennifer, what's interesting is that the poker made it very.
But where it becomes very popular is the lottery. because there's all those poker games that you can pay $1 on, and you hope you win something, and you might not win anything, or you might win $5. You might win 100,000 or a million or anything. So it seems to me that the lottery is very popular with their poker games. And I'm just wondering, as a poker player, what do you think of the state lotteries? Because a lot of them have the poker games in the lottery, but that's not the same as real poker in my mind.
Well, it's a bit unfortunate because my understanding of most lotteries, especially scratch-off tickets, is that they don't give a lot per dollar. So that I feel like that is potentially a little predatory, or it could be seen that way. That said, I know that a lot of times the proceeds go to like public good and taxes, and certainly if you play responsibly, whether it's poker or lotto tickets, the amount of joy you can get from having a rush could be greater than the few dollars of equity you lose here and there. The bigger that I think that's quite clear. It's true for a lot of people. The problem is there's problem gamblers who get addicted to gambling, and that's where it needs to be. The state definitely needs to be able to monitor that, because it certainly can become a negative force in people's lives rather than like what should it be, which is entertainment.
Very good. Very well said.
What I would
Right.
like to
I'd like to
one
ask you a question,
interesting
gentlemen.
thing. Excuse me. Poker made very well on TV, in spite of the fact that there is no really a playing process, because you've dealt 2 cards and then you have 3 more cards opening up, then river and so on. And yet it's very attractive and people are watching it. And chess, where the whole game is a playing process, and it's really fascinating how many positions are available in chess and the great combinations. And I do consider chess to be an art. And in my programs, I show great games of Rubinstein and Lelkin and Tal and many other players. And yet, poker, because of its suited for TV, and especially when they started with showing the 2 cards of each player, and they show the odds, what you have to win the hand, and the colorful commentaries talking about the players and so on. Poker made it very, very big, and chess is not there yet, and I'm not sure if and when it will be there.
I don't know about that. It's very, very popular now. I think it's like it's been like the most popular channel on Twitch over the last week or something because of this thing that chess.com is going. I think chess is actually more booming right now than poker by a lot.
No, I'm talking about regular cable TV programs. You can find poker on several TV programs.
True, but the thing is, a lot of young people are watching their gaming on the internet. So I'm not. Yeah, I think as chess is actually really experiencing a quite incredible boom. Well,
Yeah, on the internet, agree. Yes.
coming on cable, probably if they start seeing the numbers on the internet, maybe that will finally happen. I think it's due time. But anyway,
Yeah.
I had a great time meeting everybody. Good to see you again, Alexander. Good to meet you.
Well,
And
great to see you, Jennifer.
Like to,
You
would like to see me on IBM TV?
there, and where can I find it at? What platforms? And how can I learn more about what you've got going on with learning about poker and chess and whatever else? And do you talk about any issues on your show?
well, you can find me on Twitter and Instagram at Jen Shahadi. And I always post all the updates to my podcast, and they're all on all major platforms: Spotify, Apple. It's the Poker Grid and Ladies Night. And I think you can easily find them by using my name, Jennifer Shahadi, also. So thank you so much, Mark.
I got him on
Jennifer,
my
before
phone.
you go, we would like to offer you a show on IBM TV if you are available. We can run your show on IBM TV.
Oh, wow. Let me find out more details about that, because what I do with my podcast is my husband's a editor. He used to be a film editor, and he's a producer. So we actually intensively edit them. Like, our philosophy is that people have limited time. So we try to cut down all the fat. None of it is just like me talking. That's what my Twitch channel is for. I have a Twitch channel at Jen Shahadi where I just riff. Our podcasts, we really try to just chisel it so that it's like a one little package. So we don't exactly do I'm just on the air talking for an hour. live, which seems like you guys are more doing the live. It's more of like a streaming platform.
Yeah, we believe in live because then there is no production involved basically, and there is no production cost involved. And when we have a live audience, and then those audience watch are so recorded around the world on different time zones. So right now we have people from Nigeria, from US, from other countries, Canada, and all, and we have followers around the world watching you live. So that is what the best part is. We have two different audience, live and recorded.
That's great. Well, congratulations on all you've done. And yeah, definitely let me know more information about that.
Sure.
Until then,
Thank you.
enjoy the rest of your day and good to meet you
Thank you,
guys.
Jennifer.
Really,
Thank
I
you,
never met
Jennifer.
Okichukwu or Mark, and
Thank
thanks
you.
for inviting me.
Take care.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye-bye.
Right.
She was good. Yeah, she was brilliant.
Yeah. She's a keeper. If you get your hook into her, Ankit, keep her.
That's wonderful. And we were discussing about poker and chess.
In addition to the platform and everything, I was actually just looking at my Twitter account and finding her to add her and everything. But that being said, as I looked through my Twitter feed, there was an interesting question. I'm gonna raise it to us here on the show, which is, if 2020 was a movie, what would the movie be? Since all the stuff we've got going on in 2020, if 2020 was a movie, what would we call the movie?
Interesting times.
Coronavirus.
Pandemic.
Yes.
Yeah.
And Sasha, if I go back
My
to
bad.
why we have more poker games as compared to chess, I just have one answer that poker has more sponsors and poker have more mobile apps as compared to chess. And those people, they promote their game like anything on different television channels around the world. And that's why I think that poker has more shows as compared to chess, because I'm not sure about the chess opportunity, but I know that poker have billion-dollar games and billion-dollar investments going around, and people play around the world. And whenever someone is on vacation, they usually play poker, but they don't play chess.
Well,
I'll tell you why. Because in poker, as I said before, everyone has a chance. I can beat a world champion in poker in one game, not in 100 games. But in one game, sure, I can beat him. If I will have two queens and he will have two jacks, trust me, I know how to beat him, and the strategy to extract most of the money from him or so. But it didn't work only in this particular situation. If I will have 5 and 2 and he will have 6 and 3, guess what? He's going to beat me, and I will just throw away my cards. So in poker, it's a very democratic game where everyone has a chance. Chess is, let's see, if I'm playing at 2200 level, somebody is playing 1900 level, I will beat him probably every single game that we'll play. Either he will take chess seriously and will study, and in time he will overcome me and he will increase his rate to 2200 or higher, and he will start beating me, believe it or not. But certain things have to happen. He has to improve his game. In poker, there is no such thing. Yes, you can improve your game, but it's not even required, because if you have a stronger hand, you will just beat anybody in the world. That's about it. So this is very democratic game. Any idiot can play poker and even win sometimes. That's why everybody is attracted to poker.
Yeah.
I must say goodbye. It's a wonderful show, and you are doing a great job in Nigeria, Michael. And Sasha and Mark, always good to see you guys.
Thank you.
And thank you, Ken.
Always good to see you, Jim. Hopefully, I'll have another great guest for you to pop in and check me out on the podcast on the IBM.TV show. Actually, I think this is the one where I'm supposed to have the guys of the young lady come in and cook, and then the person do a live demonstration of yoga. So that's what we're gonna have on this one if everything goes well. So I'm talking to Hadasaya Patterson. She's my cook lady, my chef lady. So
I got my yoga show tonight. I'm only going to do half the poses.
I don't even do any of the poses, so I agree with you. That's too much for me. And I'm like I said.
But can I ask?
Now you said.
Yeah, I'd like to know. Is it a must that you?
Hey, Michael, quick question for you. What card games are popular in the Nigerian area? Because I know where I'm at, I grew up on, and some people call it the derogatory name, but it's actually the name of the game, but I grew up on Spades and also on BidWiz, okay, which is the bigger version of Spades. But then those were the games I grew up. I had friends that played Tonk, but I was just wondering what were some of the games that you really enjoyed? Card games.
Michael, are you there?
Is
I
Michael-
think we lost Michael. I think he froze
He
down.
got frozen.
Problem.
Yeah.
So the question
You
goes
got any
to
card games, Alexander, that you're into? I know most of the time you spend all day long playing chess. We know that either chess or here. That's your whole life, chess and here. But are there any card games that you play, Alexander?
Card games. Basically, I play poker. I play, but play. Tell you the truth, I don't remember when I played last time poker. It was many years ago. I play when I'm in a casino. I love casinos like Las Vegas, cruise ships, etc. I play blackjack, of course. I play 3-card poker, roulette.
What about you,
That's about it.
So Sasha and Mark, have you played Housey? Have you
Sorry?
played Housey? Have you played Housey?
What is it?
Housey? No. Explain that game to me. I'm not familiar with that one.
So that plays. So Sasha, you have to buy a ticket, and that ticket has some numbers. Okay, and everyone has a different ticket, and the moderator, he will announce one number one by one, and if that number is in your ticket, you will just cut it, and you'll have the pricing, things like that.
But that's a pure luck. There is no skills involved.
So there's no skill. It's just a fun game. It's just a fun game.
So it sounds almost similar to bingo.
Just like a lottery in a way, right?
Something like that, yeah. It's just a fun game, family game. We play with family in India.
No, I'm not a player in these games. No.
Yeah.
For lottery, I don't buy tickets.
And have you played Rummy?
Rummy, a few times. Not my. I played bridge for a while, but it seems bridge. Unfortunately, bridge is a very serious game, and it requires a lot of practice. And I just didn't have time to do it. And a lot depends on your partner. And no, I played a little bit, but then I quit.
Yeah.
Yeah, bridge is not an easy game, that's for sure.
No,
I've got
yeah, it's
played bridge,
very
and
advanced.
you have to have some real good skills for bridge.
Oh, I had skills and I knew how to do many things, but unfortunately, it requires a lot of practice to understand the bidding process. You need to understand your partner. There are a lot of other things involved than just playing your hand. So I decided to quit.
And Sasha, if you get a chance to invest in a casino business, would you do that?
Invest in a casino business? You mean buying stock of existing casinos? So
Not buying the complete casino.
online or real casino?
No, real casino.
No, I wouldn't invest my money into that because, first of all, it requires a sizable investment. So you need partners. You have a lot of competition because you're not going to build casino in the middle of nowhere. So you're going to build where the action is, say Las Vegas or Macau or anywhere else. But there is a brutal competition, and I don't think there are good chances for you to.
So let me get this right. Then you're ready to open up Las Vegas, India, so that we all need to invest in your new business. Since you're going to open up Las Vegas, India.
So what happened is that one of our friend, they have a casino set up somewhere in India, and they're looking for partners to make it more viable for the world. And it's in Goa, somewhere in Goa. They have the license, but they are just looking for people around the world to be a part of it. Because, as Sasha said, you need partners and you need a lot of people to make it more viable for the world. And you want people to come and visit that casino as well. So that's why
you have to install right management.
Your friend is going to open up Las Vegas, India.
I'm not sure about that. It's a very difficult proposition, and I mean, probably their best way is to approach casino owners in Las Vegas or elsewhere, and convince them to build a casino and be partners. I think that's the best.
But Sasha, that person have already built it. The machines are already there. It's just a matter of time how soon he will start or reopen that day one. That is what, and he don't want to do it on his own because it requires a lot of face value and a lot of guts and partner and a lot of things to have a casino running around. I mean, you know better than me. I mean, so that is what.
Yeah. It's not an easy proposition for sure.
It's not
Yeah, because I know here they started trying to regulate them here, and I don't know whether they were the last time you visited the United States, Ankit. I don't know if they were still as popular, but here we have a lot of those internet stores. So they're like the stores that have like the slot machines in them and things of that nature, and they became very popular because I know that there was.
But I've been to Atlantic City multiple times. I've been to Atlantic City multiple times when I was in New Jersey, and we had been to a lot of casinos. But I'm not that good in terms of playing casino and playing poker and all those things. My favorite and the best and the easiest game is to play the number game, where you just have to pick, larger than 7 or something like that, and colors and things like that. And we start with $10 as such a advice, and then once we double it or maybe 10 times do it, and then we'll start again with $10.
Yeah,
Good idea.
I remember the old games, and I was horrible at it. But Alexander is a master of figuring out things. He probably was good at it, but it was the bottle that would be like a jar or a bottle, and it would have like jelly beans or something in it, and you had to try to guess how many was in there. And I can never figure out the calculation, so I was usually off by like hundreds, if not thousands. But they'd have like say 5,000 in there or 5,005, and you had to guess how many were in there. Whoever came the closest. And there were master people that were able to figure it out because they had like a whole system, like you do with chess. They had a system of doing the math and doing the division, and they could come real close to the right number. But I never had that system.
I know when I'm going visit casino, and I haven't been in casino for a while, I'm going to play blackjack, and I'm coming to $5 table. And I play there for a couple of hours just to enjoy the game. I don't care I win or I lose or anything. I just enjoy the game. I'm just playing and playing and playing. And only once I got really in a groove, then I go into $100 table and play there. But there I don't play for pleasure. I play for a win. And so you have to make a great difference between when you're playing for pleasure and when you're playing for a win. It's two completely different processes, and the mindsets, and everything is different.
I completely agree. We go for pleasure most of the time, and that's why we don't know how to win.
Well, most of the times, let's see a couple on a resort or on a cruise ship or elsewhere. So the wife says, okay, here's your $200, go and play, enjoy yourself, and so on. Sure enough, he'll lose his $200 in half an hour, in 10 minutes, whatever. And that's it. Yeah, that's enough. Okay, you already played your $200. Okay, let's have dinner. Let's do something else. But that's not the game. First of all, if you're playing $100 and in $5 game, it's just for pleasure. You cannot win any serious money when you're playing $5 a table. So you have to go to $100 table minimum. Now, one advantage of $100 table is that there are very few players besides yourself, because all these beginners and all kinds of onlookers and or just plain idiots, they're all playing $5 table. So that's okay. If I play for pleasure, I don't care what they're doing. Now, at the $100 table, I don't want to have all these people around me. I want to have the same caliber of players that I am. So it's much more meaningful process. But to play $100 table, you have to have a very substantial bankroll. You have to have at least $5,000 cash, because you cannot put any more than 2% of your bankroll on a single stake. So if you have 5,000 cash, you can start playing $100 table. And better to have even $10,000 cash. Then you put only 1% of your stake on each game. So, but if you are playing progressive system, where you put, let's say you put $100 and you win, now you put $300, right? So it's already over 2%. if you have only $5,000. So you have to really also you have to watch your bankroll. Let's see if you start with $5,000. Let's say you don't have a good luck and you're losing. So as soon as you lost 10% of your bankroll, so let's say you got down from 5,000 to 4,500, you have to stop the game. Stop the game, just take a walk, go to another table, or do something else. But you have to terminate the process. Like I yesterday said in investing, that if you are losing 7% of the price that you purchase a stock, you must sell. No second guesses, just sell. You have to terminate the losing process. Because if you lost 7%, you can lose 10% and 15%, and there is no end to it. You just can't do it. You lost 7% out. In blackjack, 5%. You lost 5% out. But then, if you are winning, you just watch your bankroll, and if you're going from, say, 5,000, let's say you go to 10,000. So you continue to play. You can make even larger bets. However, if from $10,000 you went down to $9,000, so you lost 10% of your bankroll, out, stop right there.
Okay.
So if you keep that process, it calls money management. If you keep your money management technique, both in investing and in, let's see, casino games like blackjack, you have much more chances to win than to lose.
I understand. So there should be an exit policy than the entry policy. Exit is more important. You should know when to exit, whether you are playing poker or whether you are investing in stocks.
Yeah, well, you see, the difference between, for example, poker, casino games, and stock. Let's see if you put $100 on a blackjack. All you can lose is $100. That's it.
Yeah.
In stock, there is no such thing. Let's say you bought this General Electric. Yeah, let's say you paid $650 per stock. So it went down to $620. Well, you're losing now some money. But it went down to $580. It could go down to $455. I mean, there is no end of losing, unlike in blackjack or other games. So you're not so much in control of your losing perspectives. That's why it's very, very important to cut your losses. If you're losing on a stock position, 7%, that's a maximum. You can sell even earlier if you have a change of your perspective on that particular stock, or if you found another stock which is probably a better deal than the ones that you have, and you don't have free money, so sell this stock that you own and just buy another one. If you think that this is very good stock for you to own.
That's a good strategy. And for our viewers, we have a show with Sasha about investment, and we hear that. And we do this show every Wednesday at 1 p.m. EST. And on the other end, we have a chess. And this show we do every Saturday, 3 p.m. EST. And on Mondays, we do a show with Mark Lee, which is a radio show, one of its kind on IBM TV. And I'm just looking for Mark's banner so that I can just... So here we go. So this show we do every Monday at 2 p.m. EST with Mark Lee. And Mark does one more show on Monday morning where he invites a guest and we just talk about something. So we'll still need to work on the banner and the intro for that. And it's time to wrap up. And thank you for joining us today. And it was good to have you on IBM TV Podcast Thursday. And tomorrow we have Med Friday with doctors, and a lot of doctors will be joining us tomorrow discussing about the best practices and what we have to do and what we don't have to do, and keep ourselves staying healthy. And thank you. And it's time to play our ambassador's message before we wrap up. So here we go.
Yep. Say the ambassador.
कोरोना वायरस से कैसे बचेंगे? Okay. हैंड होकर और ऐसे अपने खांसी जब आएगी तो ऐसे करेंगे अछू अछू और कोरोना वायरस को धन्यवाद हमारा म्यूजिक सुनने का.
And thank you for joining us. It's time to wrap up. I will just say bye to Michael as well because he's having some bandwidth issue. Michael will get in touch and we'll start the show next Friday at around 9 a.m. EST with Michael. And thank you. It's time to wrap up. Have a good weekend. Take care. Bye-bye.